Hello again, and welcome to week number 3 of the Frontier Pre-G Stream Special Event, hosted by yours truly, CR-VODcanic. Welcome. This was supposed to be the relaxed one. This is the tier list one. We fought everything pre-G rank, and now we're gonna put them on a list. It's not super high effort. It's nothing crazy. It's pretty fun. It's pretty lax. This after the Rivals Gauntlets last week, where I had to go as hard as I did and play as well as I had to. This was gonna be the relaxing one, is what I thought. Turns out, to do a list of the scope that I wanted to do, all the originals, all the exotics, all the supremacies, all the hardcores, that's 94 entries. That's 94 monsters we have to talk about today. And I had, you know, all the weapon stuff I had to cover, and the wild stuff I had to cover, and the other streams I had to do last week. So this week, dude, I was scrambling. I was scrambling to get everything cut out, to get everything set up, to make sure I had everything covered. And then I also had to go back into Frontier and refight a whole bunch of stuff, because there's a whole lot of like hardcores and exotics and whatnot that I only fought once. I went as far as going into my phone and taking notes so that I could remember stuff. I ran out of time a little bit. There was literally, before we started up this recording, I was on YouTube with my video, with YouTube at 2 times speed, watching hardcore fights on other people's YouTube channels. So, just to show you how enormously unprofessional we are today, I haven't even named the tiers yet. So we're gonna do this part live. I haven't had time to do this. I also have the Mesoporta theme in the background. I didn't know whether or not I wanted to do music in the background, because this is probably going to be cut up and put as a VOD on the main channel. But I should mention, in the G-Rank tier list, you'll have to re-rank all the hardcores again. Yes, I know. When we do the G-Rank one, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these, I'm going to replace them back on the tier list, and we're going to go over them really, really quick. So, if I need to rearrange anything, I can rearrange anything. And then we'll get into the new stuff. You'll get a second chance in G, so don't sweat. Dude, that's going to be even more work. That's like a dozen more monsters, all the Musos and all the Xenas. I mean, it's less than this. But, yeah, no. You get to see just how rushed this is going to be. If I didn't tell you about, like, the behind the scenes of this, you're going to think this was, like, a wicked professional production. Rushing, scrambling, frantic, panicking for 3 days in a row to get this ready. So we're going to name the tiers live, is what I think we're going to do. Let's see, a crab tier yet? I haven't... Well, this isn't Austin's tier list. This is Connor's tier list. This is a man of refined and aged taste. So, the curious thing of how we're going to do this exactly is that original monsters and hardcore / supremacy / exotics are they're a little bit different. Because one are wholly original, new, full-bred, new concepts. Others are enhancements on prior established monsters, taking what they have and what they can do, building on them, building out the kit, building out the AI. So the ranking's a little bit different. S tier for an original monster might be a little different than S tier for a hardcore. Because a hardcore might have changes that these are like really, really healthy for this monster and should be brought in. Whereas top to bottom, this is an entirely amazing concept for an original. So there's going to be some kind of minor staggering to things a little bit. But I'll do the best that I can to really kind of lay everything out evenly. But there is slightly different philosophies with how everything is going to go. So I think with S tier top, and there might even be like 6 or 7 of these just because might get so loaded because we have 94 entries. I think S tier, we got get them in there. So put that monster in the game, get it in mainline. What are we doing? Slash. Get those changes going. Alright. So, top of the tier, get that monster in mainline or get those changes on the monster already. It's in the games, just put those changes in. We're going to do for A tier. We're going to do Sick as All Hell. Major improvements. Alright, so maybe not top to bottom flawless, but great concept. Maybe you just need a little bit of work here and there. A couple of things that don't quite gel super well, don't quite function the best. Let me bump up the Mesoporta theme just a little bit more, because I got that pretty quiet. And then major improvements. So maybe not a unanimous, like, get all these moves in here, all those changes, but these are great. We'll do... Let's see... Let's see. We'll do for B tier. We'll do mixed bag. Nice and easy. Back and forth. Some changes don't work super well. Some don't. This monster's got some stuff that works really well. A couple of stuff that is not the best. We'll do... Actually... Might do C is mixed bag. So we'll do that. We'll swap that over to... mildly overtuned. Lacking a little bit. Mildly overtuned, and mildly is a word. Mixed bag for there. We'll do D is... not feeling it that much. And I'll do one more for F tier. Add a row below. And that one's going to be green. And we're going to call it... What are we doing, dude? Alright, there we go. I think that's where we are. So, top tier, get him in there, get him in mainline, or get those changes going. Sick as all hell and major improvements. So, monster's great. Maybe like just a step down from perfect. Like a low 9, high 8 type of ordeal. Or you're making some really good changes with the monsters, but it's still not 100%. Mildly overtuned or lacking a little bit is going to be for those monsters where... I like what you're selling me. I like what this guy has. There's a lot in there that's really tough to deal with, which can have some positives and some negatives to it. That, or you have a concept that's really good on paper, but you're just, there needs more. Mixed bag is going to be kind of about even Steven, 50-50. So that's about C tier. There's about as many positives as there are negatives, about as much lacking as there is that's good. I arrived for Rockerants. Hello. Wow, you might, you'll probably get some. Not feeling it that much. Your concept's okay. It's not fantastic. Little lazy, maybe. or like what you're bringing to the table with the hardcore, the changes, really just it's fucking whatever. And then what are we doing, dude? Is not gonna have a lot of entries, but there's a couple. There's a couple. Can I have a numbered amount of monsters? Final count was 94. Let's see if I can get them all on there. I think the original count is about 41. Exotics take up about 8. Supremacies are 4, and the back, probably about another 40 are hardcores. The rock rant of legend, hell yeah. Let's see. Might have to watch the VOD because Ruko is thrashing the cellular service today. Oh, it's too bad. Alright, I set this on my phone so I can see what you guys are seeing. Yeah. Alright, let me bump this up just like... There we go. Let me know if that's too loud. I should be fine, I think. But I can always drop it a notch if need be. Right there. That should be good, I think. Okay. So, a couple of other things that we need to talk about before we start. Hypnocatrice, Lavasioth, Espinas, and Flaming Espinas have already been ranked on respective tier lists that I've done. I have a first one, I have a first gen one, a second gen one, and a fifth gen one. Those guys are in there. I've already put these guys on tier lists. They do all have hardcores, though, so that's where we'll be talking about them and how I feel about their Frontier incarnations. So we'll cover them a little bit, but they are not up at the top of the list. And the only things that aren't quite covered is Silver Rathalos, Gold Rathian, and then Hardcore Monoblos and Hardcore White Monoblos. The only reason for that is because they don't have Go rank versions. They only have high rank versions. I went and I fought them. Not particularly interesting. Feel like they were just very, just not set in yet. None of the rare species have Go rank versions for some reason. We'll get back to that group of 4 when we hit G rank. Other than that, I think we're good to go. Frontier music, my ears. No, I just want to make sure the volume's okay. That's all. That's it. Can't really stick around. The college schedule today goes till 9 p.m. Fair enough. The VOD will be up after we're done. This ain't all of them. How big is Frontier? Oh, God. We're probably missing about 10 other originals. I think about 20 Zeniths. And maybe about 10 Musos. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 40. So, yeah, total of, all things together, it's like 130, 140, I believe. But yeah, this is going to take a little bit. I think the hardcores are going to go kind of fast, though. It's really going to be these top 40 that are going to last a little while. But yeah, so let's start. So, right up at the top, the first monster that we have in Frontier that is not in mainline is Bright Hypnocatrice, or Breeding Season Hypnocatrice. My personal opinion, it is the best looking of the family of 4, better than the original, or family of 5 at this point, because with Zenith. Better than the original, better than Zenith, better than Silver, better than Gold. I think this is my absolute favorite in terms of design. The fight is also pretty good, so it is much less of a sleep-focused Hypnoc than the original. It gets in the auto-stun status a lot in there, so when it has the side-to-side bouncing hops on there, it has these purple areas of effect around them. Those proc the auto-stun. He doesn't punish that super hard. If you get hit with that early, then he's usually still going to be dancing around halfway through the stun being done. And then he also doesn't spam that too much. It's only really on a move or two. Then he has a couple of sleep attacks, not all the sleep attacks of the hardcore Hypnoc, and doesn't really spam either of them all that much. So you got good balancing there. He's also, I think my favorite move that he does is this kind of twirling pirouette spin kick that he can triple up a whole bunch of times. Hypnoc is really, really good for the very erratic type of behavior that he has. The almost, not even erratic. Other bird wyverns are more erratic. He is this very kind of spastic, goofy, more dancer type of bird. He plays around with the whole the mating dance that birds do and the big plumage and everything, and breeding season does that really, really well. Of just, twirling around, dancing with the kicks, the dancing stomps, everything, very frantic, and again, colors, great. So, he is an auto-stun monster, but again, there's a telegraph for the hops that aren't that bad, and he doesn't spam it that much. So, he's really not bad. He's not balanced horribly. Y'all should stream or something, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, who would do that? Thank you for the 2 Reddits. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, okay. So, I think we're probably going to look at maybe lacking a little bit. Hypnoc. Yeah, he's definitely not sick as hell. But he's good. I think he'd be probably pretty high up on there. So on like the mildly overtuned or lacking a little bit, maybe like lacking just a little bit, but not that much. There's really not too much that I think he's missing. But yeah, it's very normal Hypnocatrice, but now with a twirling kick and with the... Couldn't even read the super chat right. Y'all should like... Oh, y'all should like the stream or something. Thank you, Austin. See, this is why I need co-hosts. Yeah, I can play Frontier, but I can't read. Yeah, so the changes are minor. The status shift is interesting. I do like it, and it's not overtuned. It's not overused. I think he's good. I think he's definitely like a good B tier. I think what you could do with a bright Hypnocatrice, breeding Hypnocatrice, is even go like a little bit further in with the like the mating dance and everything. Does that a little bit, but like build that up into like a couple of other attacks maybe to really kind of sell that like that is why Hypnoc is the way he is right now. So just like more erratic, more graceful, more dancing around, more stuff like that. If you want to stack on that and really, really build out the personality of this guy, I think that would be a cool idea. Red Lavasia.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
I knew this was going to happen. Boop, boop. Shut up, Liberty Mutual.
Take it away.
Shut up, phone ad. I hate that these fucking have ads on a loop. If you're putting a loop on it, that means that you want to listen to it continuously. Alright, Red Lavasioth. So, this might be the best Piscean Wyvern in the entirety of Monster Hunter. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he might be. Specifically the hardcore version. Now, when we're talking about the Frontier Originals, a lot of them have hardcore versions. I'm not going to cover the hardcore version of a Frontier Original in with the Frontier Original itself. So I'm going to kind of just, like, smash them together. Red Lavasioth might be the best Piscean Wyvern in Monster Hunter currently. He's very good. He's wicked aggressive, especially, like, he gets out of the lava more aggressive than the regular Lavasioth does, with a more aggressive dodge. His kind of slithering has, like, a more, tight angle to it that's more aggressive. He has this wicked sick attack where it's a nice big spinning tail whip that goes whirling around and kicks up these lava geysers out and around him. His lava projectile shots are faster than the normal Lavasioth. As we'll talk about with the hardcore version of Lavasioth himself, he also axes a couple of changes that the hardcore normal brings to the table that were a little annoying. Not the best, not at all. Red? No, I think Red's the best one. He's better than the Plesioths. He's better than Giratotus. He's better than the normal Lavasioth. The only competition is Bayo, and he's better than Bayo because he's a lot more fun and a lot more hectic. It's not a high bar to pass. Gonna be honest with you, I think Pisceans are honestly a little overhated. Because, like, Frontier, OG Lavasioth is good, Beatotus is good, Rise Giratotus is good, Plesioth is an okay monster hiding under jank, and Red Lavasioth is really good. I think they're honestly an overhated category. And then Frontier Savadrome is also pretty good. Best pricing was GU Lavasioth? Nah, yeah, no. So I think specifically Hardcore Red, I think is the best one that they've done. I think he beats out Bayo by maybe just like a smidge. I think they're kind of on par with one another in terms of how much I like them, but just by proxy of how powerful Lavasioth is by comparison. There's more moves to him. The Tail Whip into the Fire Plume is very, very fun to deal with. He doesn't spam the Body Slam all that much that Lavasioth does. He's not very spammy. The crazier turn angle on the Slither is dangerous to deal with. He's just more aggressive, not too spammy, one really, really good attack. I think he's going to be lower on the tier eventually. I think he's going to drop down to close to the bottom, but I do think Red Lavasioth can find himself as sick as hell. I really, really enjoyed fighting him. For sure. I think a legitimately entertaining experience. Alright, Akura Vashimu. So the Akuras are really sick. They are the introducers of the Crystal debuff on one hand, though. And Crystal's a lot. Crystal is a lot for mainline Monster Hunter. I think if they were ever to bring back Vashimu or Jebbia or Garuba, but the Akuras are much, much more likely than Garuba ever is going to be. Then Crystal would need to be changed, because the way Crystal works is it locks you in like the snowball effect. So you can't draw your weapon, you can really only roll, you can walk around at a slow speed. You have to jiggle your, you have to like wiggle around the stick a whole bunch to break yourself out of Crystal or get knocked, to get it knocked down. Your stamina cap automatically drops to 0, or to minimum, so to 50. And if you don't get the Crystal off, you blow up for a lot of damage. So it's Snowball and Blast and Stamina Cap Reduction all mixed into one thing. It's a lot. It is a very, very hefty debuff. It's fun. It's fun in like a Frontier context because you expect that it is going to be a very, very over-the-top type of game. Akura Vashimu is probably like the first real introduction to mechanics in Frontier that are really gonna kick you in the teeth. So other than that, how is he? Pretty solid. The design's really good. The near jet black brown with the furs intermixed in there, the purple to almost kind of white crystals. I think the color work on Akura Vashimu is very, very good, even as he is as a second generation monster. The tail's a little bit big and chunky, maybe the slightest bit of proportion issues there, but as for he is right now, very, very good model for how old he is. The fight is solid, so the crystal is a lot to deal with. It's not spammed too much. It does leave a couple of mines around. He does have like the really thin kind of crystalline beam on there. He's got his pincer attacks. He's got big tail slams. Because of his unique frame, nothing really fights quite like him. So he has a lot of stuff that a lot of other insectoid monsters do, but the animations are changed around and shifted around because of the uniqueness of the frame. So everything feels really, really fresh with Vashimu. And then, of course, I think the other really interesting part of him is the tail cut mechanic. I have not done that yet because the tail cut is nuts. Basically, you have to knock the crystals off of his claws and off his head with a certain type of damage, get the then proper breaks on his claws and his head, get him into a knockdown, get his blood to change a certain color when he's in that particular knockdown, then you can go for the tail cut. You usually have to do that like 3 times, and if you're not fast enough, he eats his tail. Vashimu's a bit of a bastard, and it is probably the most complicated type of part break in the entire series. Really tough to get this one. And then he can eat it and deny it from you. Yeah, no, Vashimu's really good. Really good. The only thing is that Crystal is a lot. And if they ever brought it back, they would change it. I could see... I feel like what they would do is they would probably take out just one of the aspect of it. It's really the fact that it's a triple combo is what makes it so powerful. So I could see them, like, you wrap yourself up in crystal and your stamina drops, or you wrap yourself up in crystal and it could explode, maybe. I think they would just axe one thing. As is, though, good fight, good deviation, really nice mix-up on how they changed the Carapacian formula. If they ever brought him back, I wonder what they would, if they would keep him as Carapacians, like, as it kind of works, Temnoceran might work. Wicked complex mechanics with them, with the crystal and with the tail. Already we're kind of getting to the front part where Frontier is really experimented with bringing a lot to the table with its creatures. Excellent design, fun fight even without the debuffs. Definitely going to be sick as hell, I think, for sure. There's an argument that he might be mildly overtuned, but it is more the status than it is him. There's a couple of monsters where I think it's like Roar combo into Quake combo into Big Hit, and if you're not doing like this, that, and the other thing, you're gonna get beat the hell up. And honestly, there's a couple of monsters where I think there's a lot of tuning to them, but it's not done in an annoying way. They really kind of complement one another. I think the complexity of the tail cut, the complexity of the crystalline, it just makes him a very interesting and a very dangerous and a very just like compactly crafted together. There's a lot to him that how much is packed into him for how early he was in the game, I think adds a lot of credence to him. So that's what I think about him. I think he's sick as hell. Silver Hypnoc. Really cool. Second best design of the Hypnocs. I think Breeding Season is still the best. This is the second best, and it is close. The nice sheens of gray mixed in with the whites and the blues. I think this is a very well colored one. Memory serves, this is the Hypnocatrice that I think tones down the sleep usage the most. It's not gone, and he uses it still a bit, but this is probably the most erratic, the most fast-paced, the most aggressive, and the most violent of the Hypnocs, I think. Yeah, I would say so, because he's got the lunging dive kick that plows him forward and he drags along the ground. He goes from like the normal stomps into like the really rapid like drum roll stomps. He's got the attacks where he's like running around and spinning around in circles. He'll fly up into the air and just crash slam down so hard that he like hurts his own legs and has to shake off the impact of his own thing. A lot of personality is built into the Hypnocs, is expanded on really well with the subspecies. This being kind of a rare Hypnocatrice that goes from kind of silly and doofy and dancy to bulking that up to erratic and violent and aggressive is, I think, a cool way to build on the personality of the species. Think like Breeding Season pulls it like really far, like pulls the dancing aspect really hard in one direction. This one takes that aspect, builds upon it, changes it, and pulls it in another direction. So even for early Frontier, I think they did get some decent mileage with the Hypnoc variations. Silver's a little bit more fun than Bright or Breeding Season in terms of moveset. Again, he doesn't have a Go rank fight, so it's been a little while since I really got to fight him in a circumstance in which he was properly challenging. But I do really like the moveset. A lot. And I think Silver, because nearly across the board, I think the rare species are probably the tit-for-tat most fun, best designed variation group that we have in Monster Hunter a la 5th generation, with Abyssal being really good, Molten being quite good, the Metal Wraths getting very good, Violet Mizu being a very cool version of Mizu, and now you have Silver. You know, bring Hypnocatrice back into the fold with Monster Hunter, and then bring in Silver as the rare species in like a title update or something, and then take like this dancer and turn it into something, again, erratic, aggressive, violent, spontaneous, very rapid movements, and We'll give that a second. I don't think that cut me off too much. Yeah, oh, I've said my piece. That really just kind of cut me off right at the end of what I was saying. I'm going to bump them just like one slot over Red Lavasioth. Just one slot over for now. Like I said, really like Red Lavasioth. He is going to be bottoming out sick as hell eventually. Where the changes are... We'll wait for the frames to come. Should be reconnected right. OBS is dropping a lot of frames too. Alrighty. Give it a second. Alright. Damn, 117 too, yeah. Jeez, it's dropping frames again. Nope, now they're back. What's up with you today, OBS? No, he does not like me today. This is the worst it's been in months. We'll give it a second. Computer's not too hot. It's doing okay. Hates you more at the moment? Yeah. He's gonna tiered low, so he's trying to stop that. Honestly, he's not, is the thing. Still have some lost frames at the moment. How's it looking on you guys? Because I'm looking at my OBS at the moment, saying I still have a couple of dropped frames. It's cutting out like every 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I have about 3% dropped frames on OBS. Put him in Garbo as payback. Now do it. We're fair here. Alrighty, 2.6. I'm just looking at the frames on OBS at the moment. Once this Frontier, I'll hunt him so many times he'll think twice. Yeah. Two of my Scorpions mixed up a lot for sure. Classic CR-VODcanic stream? Yeah, sorry. That tends to help with things a little bit. Alright, we're only at 2% dropped frames at the moment. Is it still... Let me know. Is it still cutting? Is it still going in and out? Let me know if I'm just going to kind of talk consistently. Talk a little bit. We'll see if things drop a little bit more. We'll keep talking about it, talking about it, talking about it, talking about it. Checking the frames, making sure everything's okay. We're all green. It's consistently breaking up every couple seconds. Damn, dude. That sucks. I'll give it a little bit to see if it fixes itself. It's about 3%. Silence for about a second. Alright. We'll keep on waiting. That's okay. 2.8% dropped. Yeah, no, it won't go... It's struggling to go above 2. I could maybe try to tone the settings down on OBS a teeny bit. Jesus. Let's see. Stream. Output. Let's do output. Let's tone out. Let's tone that down a little bit. That down a little bit. Recording's gonna be caught. Yeah. I'm just trying to lower the settings a little. Thank God this didn't happen during Rivals. Yeah, honestly. Best time for this to happen. Go to present. good quality. Stick with that. That's fine. That's fine. Says the stream quality is excellent. I don't know if that's true. So that's toned down a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. That's all fine. I'll do video. Looks like I can't change that around all that much. That's fine. Output. Yeah, streaming. Maybe tone that down a little bit. Set that to 3,000. It's better now? Okay. Seems fine. Yeah, alright, so we're less than 2% lost frames. Good quality. We'll do apply and okay. Kill the demons for now? Alright, sure. Yeah, okay, I think we're alright. So, we'll watch it for a second. Only 1.5 drop frames. Think we're good. Okay. Let's hope this don't happen again for sure. Yeah, no. I cut the settings down a little bit. So, I think that should definitely fix things up a little bit. But I'll keep watching it for a moment. That sucks. We lost a good chunk of people. Hopefully they drop back in. So, still less drop frames. Still less. Seems okay. I won't jinx it, though. Yeah, for sure. I'm watching the drop frames for the moment to see if there's any change. Alright, so getting a little bit better still. Might be... let's see. Only dropped frames is 1.3%, so it looks like we're doing okay there. Go away, Nathan. No, Nathan can stay. It's okay. 1.2. Okay, so the frames are getting better. Alright. Okay. So let me know if anything gets wicked bad again. I'm just going to keep talking. But we'll keep things going. Hopefully everybody comes back. So, Jebbia. One of a whole bunch of variations in... You know what? I might actually just kind of like... keep that up right here so I can see everything and swap back around and just kind of like keep the power, keep my eyes on the stream quality as we go. So, Jebbia, okay. One of a number of frontier monsters, different named, kind of close enough to be a variation. There's a lot of the same things as Akura Vashimu, a lot of similar physicality. This one, again, is probably the more violent of the Akuras. So with this one, he's willing to rip that big piece of crystal up off of his tail, fling that off. That's a bomb. So that'll either detonate in a crystal or you can destroy it if you get on top of that. He has a number of attacks where he can rain crystal down. I think what it is he like lobs off the crystal shot, shoots that with the beam off of the tail. That comes raining down. Definitely a much more aggressive in the crystal department with Jebbia. Where I think Vashimu is the one that's a little bit more physical, generally. But Jebbia has more crystal shenanigans. And again, crystal debuff is a lot. So, it depends on what your opinion on Jebbia is, or on what crystal is going to be, what Jebbia is going to be. What new moves he has is cool. Honestly, if we're ever looking at the Akuras coming back, I think Vashimu would just most likely get moves from Gebbia. As they stand, I don't think there's a ton. The biggest reason to differentiate them is kind of like an Uragan, Radobon, Diablos, Monoblo situation, where you have very close relative monsters, which is something that I generally like. As it stands, doesn't do a ton to justify his solo existence, but it is there. And what he does have that is new, I do like. I do think the design is a little inferior. I really like the really, really dark shelling with the purple. The kind of like tinge of cyan in there with the blue is a good look, but it isn't quite as good. And the crystal horn off the top of the head isn't bad, but I think like the flat top on Vashimu is better. And the other thing is Vashimu is a desert dweller, whereas Gebbia is a swamp-oriented creature, so you have the differentiating territory. So there's reasons to keep Gebbia around. There's reasons to not keep him around. I think that there's going to be other monsters that have the slightly different name, slightly different nomenclature, but very, very similar tendencies that do it a little bit better than Gebbia does. It's okay. He's the first one to do it. So I think what we're going to say is that Akura Gebbia is going to go in lacking a little bit. I think there needs to be a bit more to really kind of justify his existence. I think if you wanted to do both, what you would probably want to do, since Gebbia is the sharper, more angular, and more projectile-oriented one, a couple of different moves in that department to really kind of sell it, having be just like a little bit more projectile-y, and then balance it out with physical attacks to not make it too spam-heavy. But yeah, I think Vashimu is the superior design. He is the original, so he gets props for being the original. If you are a kind of a variation like that, you have a little bit more work to really kind of justify your existence. Gebbia does some work. He could do more, I think. So, lacking a little bit, but locks that in and has a couple of different moves in a way that is striking a bit better than Bright Hypnocatrice, so I'm good with that placement. Beru Kiros. One of the monsters that when I started this journey, I was the most excited to fight, because Beru Kiros is a Frontier OG. I have a lot of memories of going back to the Monster Hunter wikis around when around the Tri era, when I was playing Freedom Unite, just to like learn what was in Monster Hunter. And learning about Frontier monsters, Beru Kirosu was a big contender for this super crazy cool monster that I wanted to fight, that I loved to fight, or that I loved to like look at and learn about. You know, I've always thought like the whip wings were super original, really differentiated him. He kind of has like a desert wyvern aspect to him. This was back in the time when he was the original lightning flying wyvern, which is really kind of the only thing that would strike him down even the slightest bit, is that nowadays we have Astalos, and now we're getting Raidao. So we have two other very good lightning flying wyverns. And I would say I like Astalos maybe like a little bit more, and Raidao is shaping up to probably be a really good monster. Though Beru is really good in his own right, and despite being a flying wyvern with lightning, and that being something that kind of works against him a little bit in terms of differentiating from a niche, I still think that Beru has a lot of stuff to him that makes him stand out. But of course, it is frame and element that really kind of bottles him a little bit. But talking about Beru on his own merits, the whips are really sick. His cousin does more with them, but the whips are really cool. Kind of snipes you at him from a little bit of a distance, can use them to launch projectiles a little bit. Cool little accessory to his moveset, so he'll be up in the air flying and just like snag them at you. They're pretty well, they're a little stiffly animated, but it's a complex segmented item on a monster built in probably like 2008, 2009. I think that's pretty forgivable. The design's a little wacky. He has like all those like pipes coming out of his back and the trifold tail and the kind of like short stumpy tail and everything. It is a monster that I think definitely will highly benefit from 6th generation color and proportion fixes. The design's not bad, but it's a little funky. This is the hardcore version, by the way, which I think is really cool wings. The cool thing about him is how smart he is. And he has a progression of intelligence in his AI that I really felt. So I fought him a couple of times, but if you've been watching all the Frontier streams, the first time I fought Beru Kuros was a very special hunt. It was exactly what I wanted him to be. It was the capstone hunt for the knights that I think I got into, like, high rank. And he starts out and he's very mellow. He's drifting around at kind of a low altitude. It's very easy to get at him. Takes a couple shots at you, a couple swipes at you. Nothing's too crazy. We'll go into, like, rage once or so, got out of rage. And then after he's out of rage, and then, like, in rage is, like, the second time, that is when he starts to really get intelligent. So he almost kind of, like, lures you into this false sense of security. And, you know, it's AI, it's programming, but the way the living, breathing creature feels via the construction of his programming is that he kind of lulls you in, he kind of lets himself take hits, he takes shots on purpose, and then he figures out what he's going to do. So I was playing Lance at the time, so getting a lot of shots in very early. By the back end of the fight, he is backing off, giving me range. He knows that I'm in a slow, tanky weapon, and he's just camping me out with beam shot, whip shot. Goes in for like an attack or two, back out, stays in the air, whip shot, beam attack, and it's just... It's a little spammy. Maybe, I guess you could possibly have that be a knock on him. It's a little spammy. Sure. But... The way that the progression, the way it's paced, the best thing about it is the way that it's paced. That he just lets him take shots, and then he learns, locks in, and then the fight, like, where did the fight go? Like, I can't hit him. He's boxing me out. He's up in my face. I don't want him up in my face. I don't want him boxing me out. And then the difficulty just snaps, turns, and you go from winning to losing and just being outfoxed really quick. And it takes like a second, but you realize, like, oh man, I am losing control of this fight. And it's a very special feeling fight. And then of course you have the thing where he'll bait you. So the way he enters rage mode is that he'll fly up into the air like really high to the point where you feel like he is probably leaving the zone, and then he crashes back down on you for even an on gear level, probably near one-shot damage, and that is him entering rage mode. So he fakes you out, like you sheathe your weapon, you're popping an item, bam, he's back down on the ground, you might be dead. And then he has the ability to off himself if he's in a trap, because he's so prideful that he will take his life rather than being brought in alive. The Gorge is a great map that he's totally built for. The only thing is Astalos and Raydao. And I think I like Astalos a little more. Despite all these compliments I have for Beru, Astalos is still just an absolute immaculate tier fighter. And then we'll see with Raydao, but Raydao is shaping out to be great. And Raydao is also a deserty region dweller. As Beru, the Gorge map is desert-y, it's not a full desert map. And that's really only it, is just niche things. But the intelligent feels great, it's paced great. The design's a little wacky, but as with Espinasse, I think it could totally be fixed. Really good monster. So ahead of its time in terms of intelligence. Beru's probably came out in like 2009, 2010. So that's try. He's so ahead of the curve for like monster intelligence. It's crazy. This looks like a good render for Beru. The face looks so weird. Yeah, this is the hardcore render. I liked the pose mostly. Yeah. I like him a lot. I really like him. That first fight was very special. If there's anything, the niche is a little taken, and the whips are really hard to cut with Blade Master. They are not in a position where you can hit them all that much. How much do I care about the fact that there's niche cross-up? Not that much fundamentally. I think if the roster is big, then sure, go ahead and do some overlap. Do I think Beru's getting in Wilds? Probably not. I think, especially with how big of a push Raidao is going to get, if you have like a future game that like Raidao's been in it for a little while and then you plot Beru in there, or like Astalos and Beru, I think you're probably fine, especially if the roster's like 60, 70, 80 monsters or something like that. It doesn't bug me that much, but there is competition. There are better movesets, but I really like how his is paced. He's very good. He is very good. Do you have a link to the tier list you're using? I made this myself. I might be able to get a link for it. Sick as hell. I like him more than Vashimu. I do. I really do. Is he get him in there? He'd probably be pretty low. As much as I have compliments about the structuring of the fight, I do also think there are better fights. I don't think the fight is god tier. The creature itself, I think, is really good, but the design also needs a little bit of work, especially with the proportion department and a lot of the structure, some of the structural department, especially in the face a little bit. It's a little silly looking. I would fight him over Vashimu, I think. Most of the same niche, as long as you can scratch itch in slightly different ways. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. The biggest thing is traditional flying wyvern lightning. Him, Astalos, and Raidao all look to be incredibly different monsters, fundamentally. So if you have all three in the same lineup for a game, you're like, oh, no, like, they're all different. Like, they're all cool. But if the roster is only, like, 40, that's two spaces you're giving to two monsters of the same skeleton doing the same element. So fundamentally, no. Ideally, no. I don't care about crossover of niche all that much. But it's not a non-factor. Yeah, I do think he needs a little bit of work done physically. A little easier to get to the wings. The moveset's pretty good. Oh, I also forgot that he has a bite that, like, automatically drains your sharpness. That's wacky. I don't know how he does that, but it's kind of cool. It's the personality and the programming, and the conveyance of intelligence via AI is what makes him really, really special. The first time I fought him was really special. I like him a lot. It does get better than him in terms of design, in terms of combat, in terms of concepts. But he's very high up there and sick as hell. Paria Puria. Interesting change on the Tigrex skeleton. This is, so far, the biggest, the chunkiest, the meatiest, the lethargiest of the pseudo-flying wyverns. Big, kind of fishy axolotl design. Honestly, this wouldn't be a bad one for Wilds, I think, just because, you know, it's a very kind of barbaric, spooky type of regions and type of monsters, and you have this, like, big, fat, chunky, all-eating, emotionless, vacant eye fish wyvern that's just going around devouring things. It's kind of cool. The fight's okay. The fight's okay. He's not Dexter Jetster, Nathan. You shut up. I see you, you doofus. The fight is okay. It's kind of Tigrex, but, whereas Tigrex has big full-body charges, It's very big and aggressive, and like really fast and combos. Paria also he's a really big, hefty monster, and he goes charging up and down the map, and it's a full body hitbox, but it's really slow, and it's just him like bumbling around and fumbling around, and you walk in him to try to punish him, you get knocked back because of the hitbox. Like, he's going at like 5 miles an hour. That shouldn't do damage. The meat-eating gimmick is kind of cool. It's fun to play around with. I don't think you're really going to be doing all that often. It's a fun... He's not even that dangerous that you really, really need to get that exploit off of him. It's something cool to like, oh, this is something that he does. This is cool. This is like a neat little thing. And then you never really do it again. It's not that advantageous because the big thing about getting him to eat is that he's like staggering around and he's all bloated and he's puking stuff up. I think the best thing that it does is it can give you some rare materials. But he's already big and fat and slow, so it's not even, like, the biggest change. Yeah, no, his hitboxes are a little annoying. The bullet sand rain that he drops is an interesting little attack. I think he's got some, like, water shot projectiles. If you have Reflect on, like, Lance, then you can turn that bullet sand rain into a nightmare for him and just shred his health bar. The design, I think, is my favorite thing about him, just because I think he's a good weirdo. I think he's a good weirdo monster. I think he pulls that off really well. A little annoying to fight just because of how slow and chunky he is, and it feels like his charges really shouldn't do damage when you're getting at him from the sides or something. The move pool's not crazy. The big gimmick's not super advantageous. Favorite part is the design. Favorite part is the design. I think Paria is a mixed bag. Almost not feeling it. But I really like the design. Is the design enough points? Because he's not that fun to fight. And the move pool's not that interesting. The gimmick's not that helpful. But the design's good. The design's good. I like the concept. I think he would even stand to benefit if he was bigger than he is, because he's really only a little bit bigger than Tigrex. If you had normal Paria be the size of Supremacy Paria, and of course in a normal map, I think you would stand to benefit if you made Paria larger. My favorite thing about him is the concept and the design. But am I really rushing out to go fight him? No, not really. Yeah, not feeling it that much. I think he's going to be high up in that there, though. Because I almost want to put him in mixed bag. Pearl Espinas, or the Espinas rare species. Once again, another instance in which rare species are some of the best that Monster Hunter has to offer. This is another one that's going to need proportion correction and color correction. As you can see right here, it's kind of like got the big, doofy Gen 2 Espinas nose. Sunbreak already fixed that. If you want to bring in Pearl Espinas, you have that proportion fix already. You have the color fix already. I think you really like lock in this design, because this render I think is also not that great. His hardcore render is very good. This render is not. This is not a particularly great render because his head Espinas's head proportions in Frontier are not great. But I do think you bump him up to 6th generation type of quality, then I think you very likely might have the best looking of the 3 Espinases. Fight's great. The fight's really, really great. The fire poison tornado thing that he does is super cool. He like shoots up into the air. He goes flying towards the center of the map. You're like, oh, what's he gonna do? Whips the head back, spits out the whole thing. Whole map is like engulfed in a swirling, churning poison fire tornado. It goes, oh my god. It's cool, and it's cool every time you do it. So you want to back out of that, and then he has an animation where I think he'll like drink the water off of the top of the Great Forest that he's at. So he can heal if he's inside there. So you're looking for the gap in the tornado to go rush in, punish him, and get a flinch off of that. It's a cool rhythm. It's a cool spectacle. It's a good fight. Everything else about him is really good. He's less charge spammy than the base Frontier Espinas. Really don't have a bad thing to say about him. I understand why he wasn't in Sunbreak, because the standstill thing would be really, really punishable in a game like Sunbreak. But yeah, no, a good spectacle increase that's not too annoying, is fun to deal with, has a bunch of other attacks that are fun to deal with. The tornado's the big one. And it's dangerous if you get caught in it. It does chip damage like nobody's business. But it's easy to tell when he's gonna do it. It's not impossible to get caught up in it. If you're being greedy and selfish, you will get smacked by it. And then you get a nice window to punish if you can get in there afterwards. I like him a lot. I think he's very good. Design needs the most help, but I think you could potentially get the best looking of the Espinases. I'm gonna put him. I do think I might like Silver Hypnox movement. Some total changes a little bit more. I also like really what Silver Hypnox does for the personality overall. But Pearl Espinasse definitely has the coolest move. He has the coolest move, but I think Silver has the move pool that I like better, the personality change that I like better, the design in-game that I like better, even though I think that Max Potential Pearl Espinasse would look better than Max Potential Silver Hypnoc. As they are now, I still think the Hypnoc render just looks better in Frontier. Yeah, they're about on par. I think I like Silver as a sum total package just that smidge more. Alrighty. Kamu and Nono Orugaron. So, like with Rei and Lolo and Aru and Goru, we're going to package these together. They're really supposed to be a combo fight. You will be introduced to the concept via Nono Orugaron by herself first, then you can fight Kamu by himself first, and the quests will imply that the other one exists. They will be there at the beginning, they will be there at the end. Really cool personality. Very neat concept in terms of like these twin wolves that mate for life, that are partners. They will mourn each other's losses. When you enter a quest, they will be cleaning off one another. These are cool. I think the biggest thing about the Orugarons is that they are a precursor to Midogaron, whom I haven't fought but looks amazing, and as everyone has told me, is the superior over the Orugarons. These guys are okay in Go Rank. They're okay. They're definitely better for multiplayer, so you can split up the aggro. They actually make them do something in their HD versions, at least for me. Yeah, the HDs are a little bit better. They're very erratic. They're very, very fast. They have a lot of moves that have minimal wind-up and decent damage to them. So they can be just not really doing anything, boom, the claw combo, rush hit, yada, 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 yada. The leap up into, like, their spike shot thing is a pretty cool attack. The wind blast that they do are interesting. I know that they eventually get the ice element, so it's kind of like a precursor to that. They have the TIE Fighter scream as their roar, which is kind of cool. Kind of plays into the wind blast. They have very, very powerful vocal cords. The designs are cool, kind of a mixture of Simian and Wolf. They're very simple designs. Very, yeah, no, like, a mixture of the Simian with the canine body, kind of like a good mix of the two. The Mohawks make them kind of distinct. The rest of the bodies are very similar. I think Nono looks a little cooler than Kamu. Good personality. The fight is okay. You probably want to spread up the aggro, mostly due to the fact that their fights are very erratic, especially in Rage Mode. In Rage Mode, they get very, very fast. Can be a little annoying to deal with. The move pool isn't the deepest. I think that now that we are in a post-Odogaron and Lunagaron world, bring in a couple of moves from them or use them experience to build out the move kits of the Orugarons. I think that's something that you could do. I'd be interested to see if they wanted to reclassify these two as full-on, like, Garons, like Luna Garon, like Odo Garon. These are Aru Garon. They might shorten that to some kind of Garon or whatever. Or, yeah, no, I mean, they're already kind of there. If they really want to kind of blend them in with that family. So I think that they have, 5th generation has more experience with this ultra lupine, very fast and wiry skeleton, that you could bring these two back and give them something significantly more interesting than what they have. As they are right now, they feel very, very precursory. They feel very skeletal for a concept that is only really built on with Midogaron. As is, they're okay. The best part about them is, like, the spike launch attack and their personality. I think their personality and their relationship with one another is pretty cool, and I like them. And then the design is good simple. Very simple, but it's good simple. It does just enough with, like, the slight differentiation and features in the mohawks. So I think these guys are peak of mixed bag. I think the experience that they have now with Odo and Luna would make Kamu and Nono much better. Bringing them in means that you can bring in Mido. They have a cool personality that you can expand on. There's a lot there as is. They feel very template for a dog-type monster. So I think mixed bag is perfect, which is about our C tier. Lavi, the largest monster in all of Monster Hunter. Even Dalamadur does not officially cross this threshold, unless you want to count the Rotten Vale one, which ain't official yet. Monster Hunter likes to make the bones larger than the actual monsters. Lavi's neat. He's neat. I've only fought him the once, and I can tell you for a fact that he probably loses his luster on repeat. The way he works is cool, where it is 3 phases broken up into 3 chunks. So it's the normal island fight, then like the coast of the island, then the base of the volcano, and you're going up into the air base, and you're like sky dropping onto the island, and each of the 3 parts of the 3 phases is broken up. So like 1-1 is daytime, 1-2 is twilight, 1-3 is nighttime, and then it's 2-1 in the day, and then 2-2 at twilight, 2-2 at night, and then 3-1, 3-2, 3-3. So you're like, it is communicating the fact that you are fighting Laviente over the course of 3 whole days, and that is really sick. The communication of passage of time through the structure of this quest is incredible. Without a doubt. And then the fight itself is more than I thought, but still very kind of old big monster. A lot of slithering, kind of a lot of standing around and not really hitting you. The biggest thing about him is that you have to have paralysis negate, I think, because he has a spam paralysis shock that he will use as a get off me tool. There's almost no warning to it. He'll just zap his whole body as a process to protect himself when he's being attacked. So you should bring paralysis negate with him. And then he has like a big charged fireball. He has his digging attacks and whatnot. The start of 3-3 is so cool when he's going up into the volcano and he's like causing so much seismic disturbance that the volcano's blowing up. When he's fighting you on like the coast, it's like kicking up water and whatnot, and there's big geysers shooting up and whatnot. They do a decent enough job of making it feel like Laviente is causing the environment to fight you. With modern technology, I think they could push that to the limit even more. Because it's really just like the one thing with the volcano. The other thing is like 3-3 is the only time where you really feel like you're fighting him. It's a lot of just like the circling around slithering. Occasionally he'll do like a big slither around and you have to dodge around with that, and sometimes he'll like dig into the ground. He'll do the shocks, he'll do the fireballs, but it's a lot of just kind of swatting at him and swatting at him and swatting at him. 3-3 is the one where he's like up and moving the most, where he's like the most desperate, and then he'll eventually die. So it takes a while for him to really get going. The first fight was really cool. I can imagine on repeat, he's kind of a pain in the ass. And then the other thing is that he has the best weapon in the games minus RNG weapons. And you have to do 9 hunts to beat him. And then probably a lot of farming on top of that to like get the weapon upgrade. So it's like a group of 9, and then a group of 9, and then a group of 9, and then a group of 9. And then there's 3 lobbies against high rank, go rank, and G rank. So, like, that's a lot of work. Definitely something like in the moment was grand, could definitely lose its luster over time. It was great to finally fight him and finally see him on my TV and actually like engage with him. Again, it was something a lot like Beru was like, it was something I'd pictured doing since I was a kid and never thought I was going to be able to do. So, and then the design's also really good. Like, big kind of like, Eastern serpents, really good colors with like the oranges and the greens and whatnot. I'd say lacking a bit. I think repeat hunting, I think, would sour him for me. For sure. He's either top of mixed bag or he's bottom of lacking a little bit. Nice gatekeeper, fight in a future game. Too much spectacle, not enough substance. Personally cool, 100%, but bland. A little bit until the final phase, yeah. I think the final phase is where he really isn't all that bland. Again, it was more than I thought, less than it needs. Eventually when we get to, like, Berserk, I think we'll get into, like, what, like, Lavi really could do. I don't think I'm going to do top of mixed bag. If you were to ever bring Ravi back, they've shown with 3-3 that there is the potential for him to do a good amount of fighting, because in 3-3 he does a good amount of fighting. I think a big part of what you would want to do for him is have the environment fight you a lot more and have him be very much more ecologically disruptive and build that into the battle a lot more. Use the fireballs more, use the paralysis shocks less, use the tunneling and the slithering a bit more, some bigger bite attacks, some like tail flips and whatnot. But yeah, no, have it feel like Ravi does so... I keep swapping between Lavi and Ravi. I called him Ravi. I think Raviente sounds cooler, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. And then the way he is structured is so cool on paper, and it is so cool. It is so sick to do once. That 9 hunt excursion over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then do it for 3 versions of him. I don't want to do that. I feel like that would tarnish him so badly for me. But the first time doing it was really cool. This monster was presumably a hell of a spectacle back when it was released. Personally, it's a bit outdated. Easily outclassed by the other Ravis. For sure. For sure. The other ones do get out ahead of them. But, like, there's absolutely... There's a good first hunt already there. There's a good fight already there in 3-3. There's good stuff with the environment present that could be utilized more. It's good design. Can easily run its course. So I think top of mixed bag is perfectly fine. Doragawa. Okay, so we talked about Paria Puria. Now we get into kind of the inverse. So Paria is the biggest, fattest, chunkiest of the pseudo-wyverns. Dura is the smallest, skinniest, scrappiest, most agitatoriest. There's already a pseudo-wyvern built for speed. It's Narga Kuga. Narga is built more around kind of grace and agility and hopping. Dura is the small, in-your-face, scrappy one, and he uses a lot of ice. Unconventional looking ice monster. You fight him in the tower, you fight him in the gorge. That's actually, I'd like to fight him in the gorge more. They put him in the tower a ton, because I think he's supposed to be this very, very sneaky monster who's hiding out in the tower. to be like away from the guild and just kind of keep himself under the radar. I know he can go to the gorge sometimes. It is cool to have an ice monster that breaks the convention of being stuck to a tundra map. He's also not like fully white. He kind of changes things around a little bit. The color palette I think is quite good with the greens and the ceruleans with the orange accents. I think comes together quite well. Little fur tuft is good. The face is a little goofy, but not bad. Maybe a little bit of salvaging work. I do like that his jaws are so overloaded with fangs that he can't close his teeth. Just adds a little bit to him. I have no idea why they gave him an artichoke tail. I mean, I guess I do. It's to it's little vents that exhale the sleep gas. But dude, it's an artichoke. Like, it's so silly looking. And the fact that they made that the helmet is hilarious. It tones down like the badass maybe a smidge, but it is memorable. It does make me remember him for sure. His rage mode is really cool with like the ice armor. I think he's probably the progenitor of the ice monster, because he'd be older than Zam, and he'd be older than Elderfrost, and he'd be older than Velkhana, and he'd be older than Lunagaron. So I think he's the first monster to have the ice armor in a rage mode. That's really cool. It looks good in both forms. I do like the unenraged look better, just because of the amount of color and everything. The sleep in the ice is a decent combo. He has like a special ice debuff, which is effectively the same as like an ice attack hot drink effect. So you have to take a hot drink to get rid of it. It is a very similar effect, which is unique to him. Cool personality with like the hacking and slashing of the claws together and the grinding of the claws on the ground. And then the weirdest thing about him is that he can punch ice tornadoes. At least with Barioth, it comes from like the exhalation of a gas that like freezes and cyclones around. Let's see if an ad comes up. Nope. Okay, cool. Duragawa just kind of punches tornadoes. It's kind of weird. I know, like, Hujikiki kind of does that, too, eventually. That's the weirdest thing about him. I feel like what you could maybe do is have, like, the ice kind of form on his wing arms, and then he just shoots that out. As is, he just punches tornadoes. And that's silly. I think you could take that and kind of explain it a little better conceptually. He's a silly guy. He's a scrappy guy. He's a funny guy. There's a lot here that is unironically cool. That is, yeah, it's unironically cool and it's ironically silly. Duragaira, yeah. He's simply that Duragaira. Yeah. I like him. There's better. He kind of falls away in the fold a little bit. But I like him. I think he stands out from Narga and Tigrex enough, and Barioth too. That was something I talked about. He's a pseudo-wyvern with ice. Barioth is a very famous monster, but very different design-wise, very different niche-wise. He's silly, he's goofy, he's cool. You saying your dog doesn't punch tornadoes randomly? Not since she was 7. Yeah, I like him. Does he go mildly overtuned, lacking a little bit? Maybe. Yeah, just because, like, I think you could, explain his powers a little bit better. Yeah, the hot drink effect is good. The sleep is a neat little tidbit to add to him. It's not too obnoxious. Duragawa ruined Miru for me because that's all I ever see from him most of the time. Huh. Yeah, I think he's good. I think what you would want to do with Duragawa is just kind of like flesh out how his powers work with more visual effects. And then I just think that there's a lot of other stuff that eventually will beat him out. He's an early addition to Frontier. Gets a little lost in the shuffle. He has a more famous cousin in Miru who will meet in G-Rank. He is a good monster who does a decent job standing apart from his peers. Doragyros is the ice-dwelling draconic cousin of Berukyros. What I think is funny about Doragyros is that when you have him like this, unenraged with the white fur, I think it looks better than Beru. When he is enraged, though, and he gets the ginger orange fur, I think he looks a lot worse. I think he goes from like the best looking of the group to like the worst looking of the group with the rage mode. This guy's cool. This guy's really, really cool. Looks great in the snow. Having a very like a white monster like this with dragon lightning is a nice color contrast. He's a bit of a bastard in the fact that though he goes from a lightning monster to a dragon monster, he retains paralysis. And due to the fact that he uses his elemental abilities a little bit more than Beru, you're honestly getting paralyzed more against Dora than you are with Beru. I believe he uses the whips a little bit more. He's got some really cool attacks where he like swings them out in front of him and claps them together. And then like these dragon shots will go shocking along the area. He's got like the big wing slam down and the whip will go cracking off against the ground. That'll shoot stuff in different directions. Yeah, no, the dragon element on the white flying wyvern looks... the aesthetics are immaculate. And then he tones up the fight from Beru in a good way, for sure. Beru pioneered a lot of really, really cool stuff. I think Dora just took that and pushed it forward a little bit, made it really cool, slightly better looking design, really good color contrast with the elements, looks good out in the Arctic. I think the white and the green complements the design a little bit better. I think his facial structure is a little bit cooler, does a little bit more with the whips, does a little bit more with the elements. Doragyros is a very good monster. Very good monster. Better than his brother. I think, yeah, I feel stronger about Dora than I do about Jebbia. It's another one where, like, different monster, element swap, map swap, design change. But I feel like Dora does a little bit more for Beru than Jebbia does for Vashimu. A little bit. Very aggressive. I know there's also the rare Phantom Doragyros. I like normal and HC Dora, but fuck Zenith. Alright, we'll find them out later. The Supremacy one's kind of neat. Adore this monster. This first absolutely gorgeous when it's deep red, when it raged. Okay, yeah, the Supremacy version makes the red look good. The rage mode on this one does not look that great. The brawn over brain, and it works so masterfully. Yeah, this, because, Dora doesn't quite do the fight programming quite the same as Beru. I think Beru's the smarter one, Dora's the more aggressive one. You can correct me on that if I'm wrong. Dora, I think I like fighting him a little bit more, and I think his design is a little bit better. Yeah. A little bit more. Guren Zeburu. This guy's cool on a design level. This guy's tough. This is the big, beefy, bruiser, brawny flying wyvern. He's out in the Highlands. Has a lot of neat stuff. His whole thing is like full body, big, chunky, heavy attacks. So he's got big slams, and he's got spins and horn smacks, and he'll fly up into the air and go crashing down into the ground, smashing into things, charging at things. He's like a slightly slower Diablos with like a little bit of Plesioth mixed in there, because he's got the water beam and everything. He's got a cool little interaction where he will discharge a gas if he gets paralyzed. It's like a defensive measure on him. He's got some Quake stuff, just like really big, beefy, brawny dude. And they don't show too much of it, but he has a neat little gimmick where, in his like lore and in his ecology and his personality, where if he's interacting with small monsters, he won't fight them. He's actually almost kind of like a surrogate guardian monster to a lot of smaller monsters, because he only really fights a perceived threat. Anything else is kind of chill, so a lot of the more docile wildlife in the Highlands will actually congregate around Guren Zeburu because he won't attack them, and there's a lot of other predators that really aren't going to mess with him. So that's cool. They don't show it off in game, but it is built into his personality. Yeah, really solid design. The blue is good with the tans and like the reddish oranges and everything. That all looks good. The horn is neat, kind of shark flying wyvern. The moveset is solid. It's not crazy. The stuff that he does with like his water attacks is interesting. And then like the paralysis discharge is interesting, especially for like the Highlands, and they're playing around with that. How much concepts they were able to implement into one monster. Yeah, I like Gurren a lot. The moveset is a little basic. It's very, very brawny. There's some elements of slower Diablos. Design, I think, is pretty peak. Personality is great, and I would like to see it elaborated on. The concept behind the moveset is good. Could definitely use some development. Good monster. I do think Fushimu kind of edges out on concept alone, but good monster. Hey, buddy. Alrighty. What can we say about Mr. Stream Interrupter? Ruko Diora. First original Elder Dragon minus, because Laviente isn't an Elder, that this game produced. Great design, very kind of skinny, backs a lot into his elemental power than his physical prowess. So he's like the most slender, most wiry of them. Great design with like the bolt horns and the bolts coming off the arms and whatnot. Gorgeous, gorgeous wings. He is the Stream Crasher. He is the rival. He is the interrupter. He's a silly guy. I don't really care. Whatever. That's a meme. That's not him in the game. So the magnetism is interesting. I think they could definitely push it if they wanted to, but what they have is good, and if they didn't want to expand on it too much, that'd be fine. So what he can do with the magnetism is kind of stick it on you. He has a lot of attacks that have a pull mechanic to it. If he wants to pull you into a super attack, he has a lot of attacks that repel if he wants you to not be able to punish a move of his that would otherwise be really easy to punish. A lot of his roars have a repulse. A lot of his big kind of like suction grab attacks have a pull into it. So he uses the magnetism really well. If you know how to roll his attacks, his magnetism is going to be turned against him. It can be kind of scary to try to do that though, because he'll hold and build up his attacks a lot and then go with them. So getting that timing down can be a little tough. The rocks are obnoxious. The rocks are really, really, really obnoxious. I like the concept of the rocks. I was talking about this during the actual fight proper the other day. Is the rocks feel staggered in such a way that they are meant to punish easy behaviors. So it's not like it's not split 50-50 on a perfect diameter. They're staggered a little bit. So you're dodging out of one, you might get hit by the other one off a Superman dive. He's moving around. It's in an unorthodox pattern that it's very easy for those two to catch you. And there's something that's very, very tough to internalize. Because they are at that very odd placement and they move at a pretty good speed. And they're very good at, all right, I just smacked you with something, you want to get up, you want to heal, I'm going to reposition hop, and then the rock's going to come around the side and clock you over the head, and you're going to die off of that before you can get an item off. Those rocks can turn panic situations into, like, no-win scenarios sometimes, just off of, like, bad timing. I think a good choice would be to be able to break the rocks. If you do allow... I know why they can't be broken. It is because you would take a light bow gun and you would destroy them. You want to counterbalance that? I think you have a gunner on the field. Ruko Diora will launch the rocks at gunners who are shooting at his projectiles and then pull the rocks back into placement to try and mitigate the amount of time that they're being down. Neat concept. I know Rebby Diora, I think, completely scraps it. It doesn't need to be there. I think there's a way you could do it if you wanted to. It's something that you could get rid of, and I think you wouldn't lose anything. I think he's good on his own rights. Interesting that Rebby Diora is the one that's actually going to, like, fully legitimize his lightning powers, as is Ruko is not strong enough and that he will only use the dragon elements and not be able to properly harness his electricity. He has one of the coolest animations in Monster if he's paralyzed, where he'll fight through the paralysis and like stagger walk through it. That's amazing looking. It's such a cool animation. Bit of a shame that you can't fight him on any regular maps. He's only like out in the Interceptors base, at least as far as I know for low, high, and go rank. Maybe he gets out there eventually and I just don't know about it. Kind of a bummer. G gets rid of the rocks? Oh, nice. Or make the rocks breakable. Yeah, there's ways you could fix them up. I understand their point. I understand their difficulty. They're mad annoying. They're wicked, wicked mad annoying. They're so good for him to punish you because he'll, like I said, he'll hit you, he'll hop, and then he'll hop in such a way that the rocks will be going at a radius to bonk you as you're trying to get up and trying to heal. I like his Dragon Beam a lot. That is built with a specific pace that is meant to punish the Superman dive. That's a good thing to try and learn and to break a bad habit with. So yeah, Ruko's really good. Ruko's really good. Good design. Horns are a little crazy. The wings are beautiful. Very skinny, relies on elemental power over physical power. The rocks would need to be changed, I think. The dragon abilities are interesting. The way his repulse and his bring in works very well. If you wanted to push that even further, you could. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Good monster. With some annoying tendencies. Also, he's a second generation Elder Dragon and has some of those isms in there. Just gets better and better in each level of magnetic power he gains every rank. Yeah, Zenith I'm looking forward to. I'm gonna bump him. I like him more than Guren. I like him a little more than Vishimu. Rocks keep him out of S tier for sure. Second generation Elder Dragonisms keep him out of S tier for sure. And I think these two are a little bit more fun to fight. Let's see. Violent Lavia I don't have too much to say about. He's a little bit more aggressive. I really don't remember too many differences about him. He does some very similar things. It's almost... Berserk is where Ravi gets really, really, really sick. He has a different melody, or a different music melody, or a medley, rather, I should say, which is cool that they compose a whole new set of tracks for him. Violent is the worst looking of the three. Violent is... he's the least interesting. Oh god, does he... what does he do that's that different? I'm trying to remember. It's not a bad design, but it's the weakest. He's a little bit more aggressive. Does very similar stuff. This still does the 9 fights. More health, bigger thresholds. Does he do anything that different? I don't know. I feel about him about the same. It's just I don't like the way he looks as much. That's about it. Violent Lavi, just a more aggressive big snack, nothing majorly new. Yeah, Berserk is where we get into the interesting one. So, I think, not feeling it that much. Regular Lavi does pretty much everything that he does. Doesn't do that much to justify his existence. He's just the Go rank Laviente. We talk about Berserk, we have something to talk about. Okay, let's talk about you. You're a special one. She comes in this early because she was an invader in Frontier. Gets brought in around the Forward era. Oh, you're cool. Oh, dang, you're cool, dude. Hell yeah, dude. The night she appeared on that Kashala quest is immortalized on the channel. That I got the Invader Unknown to proc is crazy. It's even crazier that I didn't know it was as rare as I thought it was. She's so cool, man. Starts off, it's borderline just like a black and red Rathian. It's out in the tower. It's got like the spooky music. And then she does like the fireball drop that you gotta roll through. And then she does the wing talon throw. And the spinning around flying wing talon drop that like rips up the ground. Then she does the stamp into the ground, pulls up the rock, and does like the reverse dive bomb air combo. Then she does the defense down gas. Then she does like the regular fireballs. Then she does the laser beam. Then she does the sweeping laser beam. And then, like, she goes into phase 5 and the wings turn red. And then what she starts doing is she does, like, the regular moves, but then she starts extending the combo so her original openings get locked out. And it progresses, and it progresses, and it progresses. And the design is so cool. People say, like, Hot Topic Rathian, try too hard Rathian, You haven't fought her. Shut up. You haven't fought her. She's sick. And I said this before in my original video of Frontier. Now, I haven't fought the She-10 Unknown yet, but I still like this concept. That you take a monster that is resemblant of the rats, the flagship monster, the most famed monsters in Monster Hunter, and there is this potential relative of them that is as powerful as a black dragon. That is such a cool concept. That is very well deserved for the rats. If they ever bring Unknown back, I saw this take once before and I really agree with this take. If they ever bring Unknown back, what they should totally do is have her be on the Gen 1 Wrath frame and have the Gen 6 Wraths look like the Gen 6 Wraths. Lazy design, you can say that if you like. It is a recolor. I don't think it's any more lazy than any other recolor, honestly. Xandra Ryusu the Rathalos is definitely more inspired. She is a recolor. She is inspired off of an old piece of Monster Hunter art where Rathian was just colored in a way that was wicked spooky. She has great atmosphere. She has great aura. Excellent development. The very unassuming beginning where she is really just Gen 1 Rathian. And then the way that it builds up and it escalates is great. And then it's not even just that the moveset is like crazy for crazy's sake. It's a good moveset. The dive bomb is really fun. The fireball drop is really cool. The spin around with the flying wing buckshot scale things is cool to deal with and not too much to deal with. The defense down gas is a little out of left field, but okay, I guess it's honestly kind of like the weirdest thing that she does. The change up from like the fireball into the lasers is cool. She does like the shoot up into the air meteor attack, which is really sick. That rains down. You can call it uninspired, and I understand, but that's almost the point. Right? That's almost the point. And then, you know, you fight, you judge it by the quality of the fight itself, and it is absolutely, just get them in there. Put Spooky Invader Wrath in the game, and don't tell anybody she's in there. And then, like, you know, Wilds is going, the storm shows up, you know, Flying Wyvern's like, oh, that's probably Raid. Oh my fucking god. And then that shows up, and like, oh, it's fighting like a Rathian, and then it starts getting angrier, and then it starts getting angrier, and then it starts getting angrier, and the moveset keeps going, and just like, the aura is great. The mystique is great. Is it silly that it's on a Wrath, which is canonically a very, very well-known animal, and the guild should probably be able to take some educated guesses about it? Yes, that is silly. But it's almost the point. It's almost the point. It kind of works, and the moveset is just great. The moveset is great, and then, you know, Black and Red just complements itself really well. Golamoa, Spider Monkey. Love this guy. Super charming, wicked fun. Needs a tune-up in the design department, because that face is a lot. And then, the proportions are a little wonky. His hands are gigantic. Needs a little love design-wise. Little love design-wise, but he's good. He's good. The fight's super duper charming with the baby monkey on his back, and he's swinging around in the trees, and he's like firing the web lines as like a zip line. You can break those lines if you want to. Then you can go zipping around on those. And he does the combo where he's like leaping out into the trees and then back down to the ground and then back into the tree and all that kind of stuff. He's using his spider webs to rip up rocks and whatnot. So cool. So much personality. He's got a different frame than his other monkey brothers. Having the little baby on his back is really, really funny. Clean up the design a little bit. Just a little bit. It's really silly looking. He's so cool, though. He's cool. I like him. He's Gogomoa. He's sick as hell. I think, let me bump him. I feel like this is just going to be rare species territory. Do I like him? More than silver. More than silver, more than silver. Silver might be a little bit more fun. Honestly, put him right there. I think pearl and silver are a little bit more fun. All right, this big guy. Starts off, he's just Devil Joe. They like, ooh, Devil Joe is cool. We're gonna put a green dinosaur in our game. And he is gonna have all the same attacks and like a fire breath. That's it. That is low rank Abio. Then you get to like the stuff later on, and he's doing big tail slams, and he's doing air juggle combos, and he's doing like the spinning attack into like the layout roll with the tails slamming into the ground. The hardcore version of him looks sick. The double quest is like actually pretty fun. It's a cool gank fight. He's got his own tail attacks. He's got his own stomps. I think he also has defense down. He's got fire breath. He's got fire bursts. The coolest thing is like the air juggle into like the big fire combust shot that just wrecks you. And like the spinning wheel attack is so sick. And then we have seen how good this guy looks. Because the Resurgence people made a mod for him, put him in Monster Hunter World, and oh my goodness gracious, Abio Gladius as they call him, looks amazing, dude. He looks so damn good in World. So we already know for a fact that this dude would look amazing. Doesn't really tread on Glavenus. As he is in full form, he doesn't tread too much on Glavenus or Devil Joe. He's not over-reliant on the tail. And though he has a lot of Devil Joe attacks, he has a lot of his own stuff. He's a little bit more, he's a little bit quicker. He has, the air juggle's a big thing. He's more spry than Devil Joe and then Glavenus, and gets a lot of his own stuff out of there. He's just really good. Like, I love fighting him. He is a joy to fight, because there's some Glavenus DNA in there, there's some Devil Joe DNA in there, which is good DNA, and then there's just so much him. With the Fire Blast, and the Fire Breath, and his own tail attacks that Glavenus doesn't have, and the Rollout, and the Juggle combo, and the Stomps, and the fact that he's just, like, faster than Devil Joe and stuff like that. Get. Especially, the Resurgence mod gets him points. It really does. It's almost not fair because we've seen what he looks like. And that kind of helps him a little bit. It kind of does. I'm not gonna lie to you, but there's other monsters that are gonna get in there. But he's a joy. He's a legitimate joy. Because he's 3rd gen Devil Joe, but faster and lighter and with a lot of his own stuff. I love him. I think he's really good. He's low S. But he is S. And talking about S, oh my dude, the back-to-backs. This is the starter monster. This is one of the coolest things in Frontier. This is like the first original Frontier monster you fight. He's Tycoon Zamuza. And he has cinematic phase transitions, 3 phases, one of them being a secret phase, by the way. A whole bunch of movesets. All three designs are really cool. Big, tanky golem moss crab is nice and big and ugly and chunky, and he's got like moss and mud and mushrooms growing all over him, and he's just kicking up so much dirt and crap that you can barely see. So you're knocking the garbage off of him. He's got the big shield claw and the other big slow like pincer claw, and there's just so much just garbage on him that he can barely move. And you can see like the pincers in his mouth moving around. He's like a proto-Shara Ishvalda. Then you start to strip the mud away from him really easily, and then you get like your normal crab, like big, boxy, orange-shelled crab, and he can start to do it a little bit more. He can take the scythe claw, start swinging it around a little bit more. He can use the hammer claw and bash that around a little bit easier, and then you start chipping away at that, chipping away at that. You break him down completely, and it is lightning zip-zap alien ghost crab at the bottom of a cavern, and he's like leaping out of walls and doing lightning charges, and he's like stabbing the ground with the lightning pickaxe thing, and he's zooming all over the place, and this is the first one you fight in the game, and he has so much stuff, and the faces are so cool. The first one's a pushover. I mean, if we're being perfectly honest, the golem crab is really just there as a placeholder to get to orange crab. Orange crab is when it's actually a fight. Mud crab is not a fight. It is a big thing that you beat up and you knock the mud off of and you dodge like 2 attacks. And then orange crab is cool. He's a little bit faster. He's dancing around a little bit. He's bashing over with one claw. He's swiping around with the other. Cool, like kind of sword and shield technique. Or, like hammer and shield, more like it. And then, yeah, no, you get that. It's this, especially the fact that it's a secret phase with its own cinematic. You get down to like the real, actual crap. I'll pay you $2 to stop talking about this, Garbo. Okay, I'll stop talking about him. Bump him down 1. All right, you heard the man. We stopped talking about him. There he goes. I mostly said my piece anyway. Phenomenal monster. Phenomenal monster. Fuck off. And we're talking S tiers. Back to back. This thing is the coolest thing ever. Oh man, I love Quad. I knew I was gonna like Quaru when I did the video on him. I knew I was gonna like him. Oh man, he's as good as I hoped. The way he interacts with the weather. When he's absorbing solar power in through the crystals, he's firing off fire solar beams. When he's getting lightning through the crystals, he's got lightning beams and lightning mines and like fire crystal mines. He's firing like that triangulated like prism beam off of himself, and he has like big flash attacks off of his back. And then you have like the 2 special quests. So you have like the permanent lightning storm one up on top of the Great Forest, where he has boulder lightning attacks. You have the dual one in the desert, where they have like the combined, like they refract off of each other and have like the super like, ultra heated flash dome. The design is great, like sharky crystal leviathan. It's a little goofy looking. This is another one I think would definitely stand to benefit from a modern rendition. He's very, very square, at least in like his shell pattern and everything. Just kind of like smooth everything out a little bit. Get the color correction in there. But like the lower jaw with the big snaggle fangs, the huge shark horn. He's a little goofy looking. He's got that awesome attack where he stabs his horn to the ground. He uses it as an axis point, goes swinging around it. And the music that is associated with him is so cool. How his body reacts to the weather is so sick. His hardcore version looks amazing. His regular version looks amazing. You want to flesh that out and make like the crystals translucent and really kind of play up with those, you can do that. The fact that you can go to his element mines, break the element mines, get that element on the weapon, and then whatever he has he's weak to is so sick. And the fight is just so fun. The corkscrew is really big. You kind of have to roll it. Whatever. Fine. Or block it. Whatever. Fine. The digging attack it's a digging attack, but it's like, it's the beams and the mines and the electric burst and the solar burst and the blind. It's so sick. And then of course he has like some classic third generation physical attacks and whatnot, and weaves those in. Doesn't get boring. Get him in there. Get him in there. Get him in there, dude. He's so cool. He's so cool. The design is so good. The fight is so good. The concept is so sick. He's such a fucking sick monster. He's so tough. Everything about him is tough. The armor's a little silly. That's okay. Fine. Whatever. Design's great. Fight's great. Concept's great. The fact that there's two other, like, special forms of him. Quadrusapusu is fucking god tier, dude. I love that monster so much. Odie. Big boy. Cousin of Acantor and Euconlos. Sand Turtle Blastoise. This is another one of the fucking, the rock rants. I've been told, I'm on good authority, that when he's doing like the swimming around in the sand, he's doing like the super crawl, those ones don't auto track. They're just like really close for like a punishment on you if you get too close to them. So I learned that, so that does not auto track. The ones that do auto track, that makes sense for like the sand drop. But dude, I was getting pissed by some of the rocks because it feels like he uses aimbot. It really does. I was getting pissed. He's a silly looking guy. Big Thanos chin. He's got like the nose on top of his nose, I think for like ventilation and breathing under the sand. The big cannon turtle is really silly. It's cool. It works. He pulls it off. Being related to a Acantor and Euconlos really works. Having a monster that large on a regular map makes sense. Makes sense that it's out in the desert. I think he's like a good chunk bigger than his cousins too. I don't know how his back doesn't break under the weight of that shell. It looks so heavy. The moveset's very solid. It's really solid because you have the sand beams and the cannon shots, the rock drop. The normal one is perfectly fine. It doesn't feel aimbody. Well, it is, but you know that it feels aimbody. You have the tail sweeps. You have the paw smacks and everything. You have the sand pillars he can create when he slams his head down into the ground, and the sand traps come popping up. He's got quakes off of those. It's a really fun moveset to learn. I like Odibatsuras a lot. He's super good. I'm going to put him right over Abio. Then there is Aru and Goru. So we have the wacky ass fish. I could see this one being maybe come back in an event quest. I don't know how they'd ever do it. I could see this concept returning. This is such a silly fight. And I still stand by what I say, that it is almost a little too silly for its own good, just in like a terms of trying to explain it as like functioning animals in an environment. Because it's two giant fish, it's a silver fish and a goldfish on top of a tower, on top of it, like they got on top of like a man-made structure. They can swim through rock, and they're having a permanent turf battle, and then they'll like kind of like interrupt their turf battle to fight you. Why are these two up here? How does the population work? How does this, like, species function? Why do they hate each other? I don't know. It's very silly. It's very event questy. I would kind of like to see it come back as, like, a gag event quest. I don't know how you explain this. Do you have to? I don't know. Maybe. It's fun. It's fun. Definitely fun in multiplayer. The cool thing about this is that the fight that you are engaging with is the two fish having the fight. They really don't attack you that much. A little bit. Half of the battle is them fighting each other, and then you needing to deal with the aftermath and avoid the aftermath and counter off the aftermath. I feel like the idea for these fish came from a Dr. Seuss book. Maybe. But yeah, no, it's very much like you, the hunter, are caught up in the middle of a kaiju brawl, and you have to take down both the kaiju, because they're slamming into each other, they're sniping each other, they're taking pot shots at one another. You'll have one kind of like standing on the ground fighting, and then the other one will just come diving up out of the rock and come sucker punch them. They're beating the snot out of each other. They're combining their elements. Cool thing is that they kind of swap the status effects that you would think. So like the lightning one does sleep and the ice one does paralysis. So they kind of swap that around and have that be semi-unconventional for what you might think. They look neat enough. They're a silverfish and a goldfish. They complement each other. The novelty of the concept is super duper fun. The fight in and of itself is super duper fun. Can you explain it? Maybe. I don't. That's really the only big holdback. If they want to make this an event quest, sure, go for it. That could be cool. If you want to take the turf warring monsters and have that be the actual battle and just have like turf war the monster hunter battle, like the entire fight is a turf war, and you need to just like survive the turf war and try to take down and wrangle both monsters, it is an adaptable concept. As they are definitely cool. I do stand by what I said, that them as functioning animals in Monster Hunter is wacky, and it does do a little bit of damage. But the fight's good. It's due to the fact that thank you for the 5, Dr. Dino. I'll get to you right in a second. We're just going to wrap up this entry. I'll hold your thing for a second. So due to the fact that the battle of itself is predominantly engaging with the turf war, that means that there's not as much engagement with you. You kind of feel like a little bit of a passenger in the battle itself, if you know what I mean. So it's cool and it's funny and it's fun and it's novel and it is engaging, but due to the fact that they're fighting each other a lot, some of the engagement does get taken out, if you know what I mean. So I kind of want to put it at the top of mildly overtuned. They are fun, they're novel, they're silly, they're interesting looking. It's 2 big fish smacking the crap out of each other on top of a tower. There's a lot of stuff in there that does kind of operate against them, just a little bit. Howdy. Hope you're having fun with this stream. I'm excited for next week. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing something with our friend of ours who just donated $5 next week. I'll have a formal announcement later, but I have something fun for you next week. That. Quick question: what's your favorite dinosaur and why? So I have no idea if this is still consistent with what we know about him now, but from what I remember of dinosaur books as a kid, I really liked the concept of Giganotosaurus, who was South American theropod, Cretaceous period. And I think it was due to how they found the bones, they thought that that this massive super carnivore worked in a family unit, and I think they believed that it hunted sauropods in Argentinosaurus. I think that's what Connor remembers from his probably scientifically inaccurate children's dinosaur books, but I thought that was the coolest crap ever, that you had families of theropods bigger than a T-Rex that were hunting sauropods. It's kind of like the modern day wolves fighting a moose, or lions going after an elephant or something. So I remember that being super sick. I have no idea if the actual field of science thinks that that's the case with him anymore, but that was my favorite as a kid. I always thought that was really cool. Alright, so okay, so now we're getting into the monsters that were introduced in Frontier G, and then were brought back into Go Rank. And we're doing this in order of release, so this is why we're talking about Shantian first, even though that he's the urgent lead into G rank. Shantian, really awesome. The only thing was, I was getting very tired by the time I fought him, and then I had like 2 crashes. Like, I was getting fucking annoyed. He is cool. I'm definitely waiting for when I can fight like, the Conquest War version of him. You're close. We've got a couple Giganotosaurus, but it's relative. Maposaurus is the one we found that might have lived in families. Basically the same animal, though. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad some of my childhood dinosaurs are still the way I kind of remember them. Because I know that like the field of science, like Spinosaurus ain't the same thing it used to be, not by a long shot. There's a couple of others in there. It's cool. Jurassic Park gets less and less accurate by the day. Okay, Shantian. The aura and the vibes of Shantian are immaculate. This graceful sky leviathan up in the clouds, attacking you on the fortress, like the sky fortress and whatnot. Phase 1 is very simple. It is pretty much just Lagiacrus's land movement with wind. Almost exclusively. So he's got like the slither, he's got the furl, the curl and then unfurl. He's got stuff like that. It's super simple. Mildly annoying because of the amount of wind pressure that he can put out, and he uses the unfurling tail attack over. There was one time he did it like 4 times in a row, and I just got stagger locked with the wind. So phase 1 is very, very simple. Then phase 2 kicks up. He gets into the air a little bit more, gets a little bit more aggressive, starts using the elements a little bit more, starts working in the water beams, and working in the water shots, and working in the thunder shocks, and the clouds start to darken, and they start to set in. Flies around a little bit more, still comes down to the ground a little bit more. Phase 3 pulls up, and if you remember my phase 3, there was a good, like, 2 minutes, like, what do I do? Because he's just going back and forth and back and forth. They got to use the binder on the specific ballista to try and nab him. I was like, the binder's not working with the regular ballista, and I was using the wrong ballista, and he was going back and forth, and was smacking me around and beating me up. And then when he's in that phase, he also flies a lot. There's not a lot of opportunities to hit him once he gets off the ground. Definitely feels like phase 3 was designed for multiplayer, because since Frontier doesn't have multiplayer scaling, if you're going in with single, he's flying a lot in third phase. I'm like, when does he get down? So there's a couple of things in there that were bugging me just a little bit, and I think that kind of bumps him just like a tad. I know we don't have the full Shantian experience. Conquest War Phase 4 is the one that we haven't fought. As is... Phase 1 is very simple with wind spam, but it's not bad. Phase 2 is probably my favorite because it mixes in some elements and it mixes ground with air attacks, and that's not bad. The theatrics really start to get brought up with Phase 3, with the charging and the lightning storms, and he's flying around, he's going back and forth, and he's whipping around, and it's pelting rain everywhere, and he's striking the boat with lightning and everything. But just... simply due to the amount that he flies, I think it is best to do with the multiplayer scaling. So you really kind of just want to like get as much damage up, because if you don't do that, then he is in the air a lot. There's not a lot of good hit times, and he's also using his full body shock attack a lot. So as a single player, he is not built as a single player experience. I don't feel like, and that's kind of just like annoyed me a little bit in the moment, but I also recognize that it probably wasn't really built to be single player due to the fact that the scaling doesn't exist. You're really supposed to like get through phase 1 kind of quick, get to phase 2 in a good amount of speed, get to phase 3, and then really capitalize on the downtime when you bind him. So as he is... The most annoying thing is the amount of air uptime in phase 3 and the amount of wind spam in phase 1. That is about it that really marks him down. The other thing is I think he is another monster whom would benefit from a bit of a facelift. I think there's a certain way that they have his eye positioned, where his expression is kind of doofy. There's a lot of artwork that looks really cool. His actual render, his eye just like sits in a weird position, and I think it's like also the structuring of his brow, where he kind of looks a little caveman-y. So tune up the face a little bit. That's about it. Got nuked by the 4 SNS in the end? Yeah. Well, I was also very tired and a little cranky by the time we were getting around to that. But I think you kind of have to, because he just spends so much time up in the sky if you're, if you don't, like, get at him. So, the Prelude Shantian. The Prelude Shantian has, like, 2 things I don't like. And I know that the real fight is phase. This is, like, all Prelude. So, this is going to change when we get into G rank. Prelude Shantian is definitely still pretty good. Phase 1 is almost too basic for its own good and has an attack that it spams too much. Phase 2 I really like. Phase 3 is really good spectacle. The binder thing is fun. You really need to capitalize on the downtime because his uptime in the air is a little ridiculous. Phase 4 I'm really looking forward to. Definitely is really looking for multiplayer due to the fact of scaling. This is going to change when G-Rank comes around, for sure. Then there is Ray and Lolo Gogarf. On the side, not on the front, that's why it looks weird. It's not even that, I mean, it's like, it's something with, like, the brow and everything. He has kind of like a caveman, like, brow to him. It's odd. Alright, Ray and Lolo. So, these two are really cool. Very cool personality. I think they take the combo fight mechanic that Nono and Kamu begin, and they do it way better. Way better. Because they have deliberate combo attacks, and they weave those deliberate combo attacks in fairly consistently, but not too much. And when they do them, they're not overly annoying. They have some magnetic pull to them. That's fine, whatever. The magnetism is honestly semi-negligible. They'll pull you into like the spinning typhoon, but that's about it. So they have a really cool rhythm to their fight, where Lolo is the commander of the entire thing. He dictates when they go into rage mode. What he'll do is he'll like stop and he'll start like smashing his fists on the ground when he wants Ray to get into position to do a magnet combo attack. So there's a strategy you can pull in there where you want to like have someone like kind of lock down Ray so Ray can't get into the animation, and so then you can then bully Lolo while Lolo's stuck in the ground pound animation. So you want to take out Lolo first, because you can take out the commander first. Ray Gogarf will then, he will not enrage. He'll just kind of like give up. When you take away the magnet attacks, they are very much second generation Rajang with pretty much just kind of like a launcher kick, at least in pre-generation. So they really need the two of them together to maximize. When you have them apart, they are kind of Rajang clones. I do like the designs. They're goofy, but they're also kind of cool. A little bit of a facelift needed. You kind of have like the fugly, big chunky Lolo and the more wolfy Ray. They do look good. I think what I would do is I would tone down their fur saturation, maybe about like 10-20%, because they're very blue and very pink. They stand out a lot. They look like cotton candy. So maybe like a minor facelift, minor saturation reduction. That's all you really need. Magnet attacks are really cool. Used consistently enough, but not spam too much. Moveset is kind of simple without it. There's some strategies you can do in taking out Lolo first, in animation locking Lolo, so they can be a little bullied, but having the ability to have those strategies there is a cool thing. Personality's cool. Instead of being mates for life like Nono and Kamu, and instead of being permanent enemies like Aru and Goru, this is like Commander and Soldier, which wraps in with like a third variant of this dual fighting trope and does it in a way that the others don't do, so they feel unique on their own. The use of magnetism is cool. Undisputed tag team champions for sure. Yeah, they are the WWE monkeys. Get them in there. We're sick as all hell. Oh, you want one? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I do want them in there. The only thing, desaturate, minor facelift, more unique moves when they are separated. Fix that, they're perfect, I think. As is bottom S tier. Good personality, good strategy, good way to pick apart the team, not too spammy, really fun designs, fun personality, really well constructed. Let's get into another one. This is, do I have these like minorly? I do. Whatever. That or I closed the tab. No, he's right here. All right, so let's talk about Zeru-Ryusu first. Sneaky good monster. Sneaky wicked good monster. I like Zeru-Ryusu a lot. I fought him yesterday for this video. Sneaky good, because like Crystal Rathalos, like okay, Crystal Rathalos looks cool, white and blue, good combo. How far does Crystal Rathalos go? Crystal Rathalos goes kind of far. There's something so odd in how they animated him that feels aggressive and forceful, yet light as a feather and so graceful. Like he can hit the ground with so much force, but looks so like serene and godly and in control when he does it. You know, if Unknown is the demon Wrath, this is the angel Wrath, right? The design is great. I like monsters that are different species with physical changes. So this is not a Rathalos, not a variation of Rathalos. This is a close relation to the Wraths. I like that. I think that's really cool. You know, he has the different tail shape, he has the different wing pattern on the fringes there, the beak's a little different, the side horns are a little bit different, the spikes on the knees are a little bit different, the spikes on the wings are a little bit different. Similar species, probably close relation, different animal. I like that. I like when Monster Hunter does that. And then the animation is great, the vibes are great, the theme is very, very understated, because there's almost like no melody to it. It's almost completely like an ambient track, and it sells the lofty deity nature of this creature extraordinarily well. And then there's the moveset. Like I said, somehow, simultaneously, aggressive and graceful. The sweeping beam, the arc shot spikes he can launch off of his wings. The way that he can take the normal Wrath charge attack and then do the charge and then go into like this very graceful like flap off into a fly, do an arcing turnaround and follow up from there, doesn't spend too much up in the air, and then you break all his body parts and he goes into phase 2, right? And then phase 2 has the shape-shifting to match the weapons that you use. So it's kind of like Beru, in which he'll adapt to the weapon. This one, though, he has physical differences. So he has big, chunky face armor if you're using a blunt weapon. He has these serrated leg crystals if you're using bladed weapons and trying to blocking trips. He'll expand out his tail spikes if you are using gunner weapons. And I was fighting him with Sword and Shield, so I was able to get him to swap between the impact status and the blade status. And so if he's using the impact version of him, he's doing like the diving, plowing his face into the ground type of move a lot. He's very forward, very frontal. If he has the leg armor up, he's getting off the ground with a lot more flying attacks and skidding into the ground so that he can stay away from your blades. If you are gunning, he's going to try and outrange you with the crystal attacks on his tail. He's got the lasers. He's got like the dive into the ground. He like corkscrew flies into the ground. This is another one who can just burrow through solid rock, by the way. Then there's like the mystical magic like radius thing that comes up out of the ground. He comes shooting up out of it as he's flying. Don't know how he does it. Looks crazy. He's got like the missile launcher off the tail and whatnot. Sneaky S tier. I'm gonna put him right under unknown. I love this fight. The fight is fun. The phase changes are fun. The vibes are immaculate. The design is cool. The species swap concept is really great. Love Zero Ryusu. S tier again. Barlagwal or Baru Ragaru. Oh my god, he's so cool. He's so sick. The fact that the maps will get super populated with Genprey, Velociprey, Ayaprey, and then he will hunt down the pack alphas, pin them down with his tail attacks, siphon the blood from Gendrome or Iodrome or Velocidrome, and then you will see his skin unfolds. You will see the internal that red streak going down his neck right there. That is translucent skin over an internal organ that is filtering the blood of the creatures that he just consumed. And what his body does is it filters the toxins that he intakes from these raptors, repurposes it through his organs, and then redistributes it back out and weaponizes it as his own thing. So he takes out Iodrome. That translucent skin turns purple. He has poison breath attacks. If he sucks your blood or a Velocidrome's blood, he gets corrosive, sharpness decreasing blood attacks, which is not. So he can unsharpen your weapon with your own blood, is what this creature can do. He's got the syringe needle tail. He's got the spooky lamprey eagle or eel looking mouth. He's got the gnarly gripping. He's all suction tongue. You can break the tongue to prevent him from doing that kind of things, which is cool. He can default to a water monster if he doesn't have any blood in his repertoire. There's some funky proportion things with him. He's kind of weirdly chunky for a kind of slippery, slithery eel monster, and he has these really weird, super chunky toes that I never really understood the concept of. But that's kind of the weirdest thing about him. He can dig underground to move around. I think he's canonically he's supposed to be a bottom feeder ambush predator who is an invasive species in the marshlands in Frontiers canon. He's got the stabby attacks with the tail. Minor facelift, maybe? Check, test 1, 2. Check, test 1, 2. That's fine. No, I think I got so excited that I bonked my mic cord. Was I just on wrap up? Did I miss anything particularly important? I think I just blocked the cord. These look really recent, so... Yeah, fairly recent. Okay, Did anything particularly... I was really kind of on wrap-up anyway, right? Do I really need to restate anything? I think my only point that might have been said when I got cut off is he's not that difficult. Fun fight, not that difficult. By comparison to some of his contemporaries. I think that's probably around where I got cut off. I talk a lot with my hands. We're gonna put him... I'm gonna put him, like, right there. Over Abio, over Odie, sure. Alright. Say everything again? Yeah, okay. So, Bright Hypnocatrice, right? Okay. Miraganasu. I stand by what I said in my Frontier video. Miraganasu is it is unfulfilled potential. I know that he gets crazier in G rank and they really pull in the ear mechanics. I fought him yesterday and he's really kind of just like a good flying wyvern. It is not the most memorable moveset. And the way he is in Go rank too, because remember, this is Go rank, not G rank. I know that he gets a crazy state in G rank. The ear flapping around thing is an active detriment because he doesn't do anything with it. So every once in a while, he'll just stop and pause, and his ear will flap around, and it doesn't do anything, and you can just beat him up. And he's supposed to... I feel like, because he's down in the caves, he's blind. He has a big old drill horn. He has the super powerful hearing. He has the jet vents. He has the big jet propulsion off of the tail. He has the dark element for propulsion. And he doesn't do... He should totally be a monster who's, like, digging into walls, like, liquefying the walls of a cavern by just, like, how much power he's able to output and how his body is built. Like, something that could just completely outpace a Diablos underground. He doesn't do anything like that. He's got some horn sweeps. He's got some charges. He's got some, like, bursts off of his tail. He's got some tail slams with the dark energy. It's just, there's much more memorable fights. And I know he gets, like, a super aggression state. That's kind of like a prelim for Ire and G rank. But I fought him, and I'm like... This is an enjoyable fight, and I don't really remember. And then the design is nuts. I don't hate it, but it's nuts. The spikes are going every which way, and he's got the big, chunky Chungus drill horn, and then he's got the two other horns, and then he's got the Mickey Mouse ears, and then the Mickey Mouse ears have spikes, and then he's got vents on his wings, and then he's got a rocket jet engine coming off his tail, and... there's a lot. There's a lot. He needs cleanup. It's not unsalvageable, but it needs cleanup. For sure. Maybe lose the 2 extra horns and just keep the drill one. Unify the spike design a little bit. It's busy. It's wacky. It's kind of crazy. And then, yeah, it's just, like, there's much, much better, more interesting fights. And then, like, yeah, no, like, the hearing mechanic just fucks him over in Go rank. So, like, I don't know, be on it. Like, he's more fun than Paria. I'm not feeling it that much. He could also go, they could also, like, there's an argument for, like, lacking a bit, but he's lacking more than a bit. I'm gonna be honest with you, he's lacking more than a bit. Same mixed bag, but it's not even that he has, like, that many problems. He's just not that memorable. And then I know that he doesn't in G rank do what I think he could probably be able to do with the drilling, with the hearing and everything. He gets an Angie state. And I'm not feeling it that much. Sorry if you really like him. I want to like him. But he's not a very memorable moveset attached to a very wacky looking creature. With a gimmick that just kind of screws him over. Forkuduru, on the other hand, is a lovely monster whom I love very deeply. He is very much Bird Wyvern Beru Kurosu. Because he has the whips on his tassels, he has the same biting animation, he has the same very kind of lofty, slow flying. Beru brings to the table about a dozen status elements, including, like, fire, blindness, poison, sleep, healing, I think defense down, probably a whole bunch of other ones that I don't remember, and then every single use of a different pollen comes with a different wing coloration, and then those all look good. This is the best one, absolutely. The pinks with the yellows and the oranges is really good. Mixes with the teal. He's colorful in a good way, in a way that is not bloated. And it's another one. It's not too challenging. The damage is good, and the challenge really kind of comes from the status effects. And you are either you're probably gonna want to build a set that just has a if you're not running like frontier skills where you just have like a mass status denial, you're probably just gonna have to pick whatever's the most annoying and just kind of build around that, because like he's gonna get something through eventually. And that's where a lot of the challenge comes from. And he's got like the big like twisty flying attack that shoots the pollen out everywhere. And yeah, no, again, it's not challenging, but great concept, great map, fantastic design, goofy, silly armor that's not really my style, but whatever. Cool thing with the statuses, great shifting design, fun fight, not too challenging. It's a good comfort fight, but this still has decent damage. You know, I have a set that has a lot of status negate on it. So like the actual move kit is like kind of like nice and slow and deliberate and a little floaty. Super, super cool. I'm gonna put him right over Tycoon. Diorex. Another relative monster. This is a smaller, slimmer, gray pale Tigrex with longer ears that uses magnetism to create a metalloid rock armor. And it's kind of crazy. So a couple of things. It is weird that Diorex does not have the magnetic status, as that is how he's holding the armor to his body. The other thing is that this does not look like rocks. It doesn't look like rocks. It really doesn't. These are supposed to be like stone and ore fused to his body via electromagnetism. It's not what it looks like. It just looks like blue scales. It's just blue scales. If they were ever to bring him back, I think they would really need to work with that. If we're I'm gonna decapitate Connor, by the way. Well, okay. Because I don't know. I don't want to put him in GS just because you said that. Because I do have a couple of things. Better texture work with the ore armor is one thing. It's like better texture work. That's fine. Whatever. The reveal that it's like a smaller Tigrex under there is cool. He's actually like a relative of Tigrex that builds around the armor. It'd be cool if he had the actual magnetism gimmick in his fight, because he has magnetism. The super roar combo is really cool that he has. The sick thing about Diorex that I really, really like is that he does a lot of things that Tigrex does with completely different animations. So he charges like Tigrex, but it's a different kind of charge with a different turnaround and a different follow-up. And he bites like Tigrex, but it's a different animation that combos a little bit differently. And he spins like Tigrex, but the animation's different. And he roars like Tigrex, but it's much more damaging, and it fuses the armor to him. And it's a lot slower and it's a lot more methodical, but it's... it's a lot of Tigrex DNA, and it's just all modified. He shares very little full animations, whilst also doing what his contemporary does, and that's very interesting how they were able to pull it off. And then you have like the magnetic ore manipulation where he can create a launch pad for himself. I think in G rank he creates ones that he can like leap along and whatnot. Cool move that he barely does in Go rank. I'd like to see it do more. Other thing about him is that he is extremely, extremely bullyable. His flinch ability on his head attacks is easy to the point of laughable. I'm not that good at this game, and I was able to stun lock him. And it's stuff like that that almost kind of... it's like, if you ever brought him back, he's like, you gotta fix that. It's like, he's so flinch lockable. Rework the texture a little bit, you got it. Magnetism and lightning a little bit. That's the other thing, is he uses lightning for like a lot of his like gimmicks. It's not a big part of his actual offensive kit. He's weirdly non-elemental. It's not necessarily a problem, but I just think it's odd that he doesn't do it more. The chipping away the armor is cool, and then you can rebuild it, so you have to chip away the armor and then get the part break if you want like the full rewards. That's interesting. That's neat. I do like the super roar. Again, the way they are able to change around the entire kit of Tigrex, but keep the entire kit of Tigrex. I think it just said tit of Tigrex. Don't Google that. Is really, really sick. The amount of times you can stagger him with the part breaks is just kind of sad because it's such a good fight that's so easy to cheese. That's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that he's so easy to flinch lock. Geo got nerfed because some Japanese were playing that he was too difficult. That this guy's too difficult? There's tougher than him. There's way tougher than him. That's really silly. I'm gonna be honest. That's dumb. That's really dumb. Because it's too easy to the point of being sad how you can flinch lock him. The theme is god tier, by the way. It's immaculate. The armor's also great. I love the theme music. It's low S because of the problems. Because he got nerfed so hard. It's low S. Over these guys. Right there. Inagami. Alrighty. Inagami. Let's see. Super cool. Again, really good personality, really good vibes with this one. As like this ancient bamboo, stalwart, stoic forest guardian who's kind of like left to his own devices. Design is really cool. He is the second boss monster who uses the Kieran skeleton. Wingless elder dragon. Very kind of like weird, secluded monster out in the middle of nowhere. The bamboo integration is really cool. The sleep effect that he has is interesting. I kind of like the fact that he has he's like a mimic bamboo shoot for a tail to probably like lure animals in for him to slay and eat for prey. Really good design, great colors with the contrast of the orange fur with the dark brown scaling. It's a good fight with a lot of like big heavy moves for a not all that large monster. They put like a lot of camera shake on his physical attacks for some reason. Then they have the stuff with the bamboo, the fact that he can grow it with his tail and whatnot. They have the armor that he can build around himself when his parts get weakened, and you want to just try and cement all that armor. So he does the big sleeper hit knockdown attack that you can capitalize on. He can use the fluid to create little structures himself, like the temporary glider wings. That's a wicked sick attack. The fluid he uses also like promotes rapid but unstable growth of bamboo life, so he can like do a paw swipe that kicks up the bamboo into like this like line of spears and whatnot. He's got the lunges, he's got the paw slams, the full body slams. The bamboo forest attack, like domain expansion type of ordeal, is really sick. Should have been in the should have been in the Shrine Ruins. Yeah, I totally agree. He absolutely should have been. I like Inagami a lot. A lot. It's a little, a tad simple compared to some of his contemporaries, but that's not necessarily a negative. Good fight, strong fight. Kind of weird the amount of camera shake. Great design on a unique skeleton, very good theme, cool arena, good integration with his environment, well-designed animal. Let's put like right above Odie. Okay, I can imagine this is going to be a semi-controversial one. We have Garuba Daora. He does have fluid, yes, he does. It is how, it is what it hardens, creates his armor, and is what promotes the plant growth. It's very fertile. Tee-hee, adult sex joke. Garuba Daora, I can imagine a lot of people don't like him. And I understand why. It is a monster, again, with Crystal. Crystal is a lot. You fight him in a teeny tiny little box. Because of that teeny tiny little box, what winds up happening is you take a crystal hit, and then you get locked in with crystal, and then it's wicked easy for him to follow up and kill you. Also, sneaky little side effect that was definitely not planned, but if you are running followers when you fight Garuba Daora, and you cart to something, and then when your followers will respawn with you at camp, if they have crystal, Garuba Daora has effectively mailed you an IED in the spawn camp. You will spawn back at camp in the base. You have your follower will be with you, because they'll automatically go back to camp with you if you die if you're running single player with bot followers. And then the crystal will detonate, and I got knocked to guts health. This happened to me yesterday. Is my followers spawned on me in crystal and then detonated and knocked me to auto guts. It was hilarious. So the tiny little box you fight him in is a little annoying. It is very, very tough to fight him in there. The trick is don't get hit, honestly. Really, I'm gonna say the biggest threat is that his, like, automatic tornado attack, where he has, like, the big, like, wind tunnel thing that he can hit you with, and then that applies crystal, and that is his easiest attack to apply crystal. The shards of gold off of his tail attack doesn't apply it. Some of his wind blasts don't apply it. The big crystal floor attack is so easy to dodge. It's honestly kind of fun to dodge. And then he has, like, the sun refraction globe of death, where you stand really close to him after he does a paw swipe, and he burns everything around him with, like, massive chip damage to, like, a guaranteed kill. That's a cool attack. It's a cool little gimmick that you have to stand in close to him, and it's, like, actually a really good punish. I'm gonna be real with ya. Biggest threat is the claw swipe when he goes in for the nuke. Yeah, but it's just the claw swipe. It's not that hard to get away from. And, you know, the other thing is, if he claw swipes you and goes for the nuke, stay down and you might be able to outlive the chip damage. Honestly, that happened to me once or twice when I fought him yesterday. The only thing I don't like about him is the, like, tornado, like the tornado wind tunnel summoning attack, because it has a very, very minimal windup and it applies Crystal Blight. His other attacks that apply Crystal are pretty easy to avoid. I get why you fight him in a tiny box, because that's how he does, like, the Solar Dome. If you want to put him on a normal map, you just give, like, the Solar Dome a very reduced radius. Like, you don't have it be full map, right? So you can either get in close to him or you can get out of him. I really don't hate this fight. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just the wind tunnel, the big wind cyclone thing. Don't let Connor touch the Dora pack. He becomes becoming a sympathizer. That's because the only bad Dora is just like Iceborne. Kashala's not that bad. Don't be a pussy. Okay, come on, Nightlight Soldier. He's not that bad. And this guy, he has one stinky attack. He has one stinky attack. The nuke you can get around easily. All you gotta do is dodge the paw swipe. If you get hit by the paw swipe, then, like, you can just lay down. Definitely needs a better arena. Yeah, the arena is obnoxious. I get why the arena is obnoxious. The arena is obnoxious because of the dome. If you want to do the dome on a regular map, you just reduce the size of the dome so that you can either get out of it or still get close from them. That's fine. The map is the biggest problem. I agree with that. He has one move I don't like, and it's just the wind dome. The crystal floor, fine. The tail slam, fine. The nuke, fine. It's just one attack that I think is stinky. It applies crystal way too easy, and then he can follow up so easily because you're in a tiny little box. And then there's the design. The design is super gaudy, but you can make it work. I think Kolv Taroth and Gold Rathian show that you can make a golden monster work really well. The biggest problem with him is that his textures are wicked melty, and they're very kind of plasticky. Like, if you look at his wings, this looks like it was this looks like a texture slapped on a flat surface. It really does. Like, his wing looks like a flat surface. Like, that texture does not look good. And it looks very plasticky, very melty. And you can make this good. Kolv Taroth and Gold Rathian prove that you can make this look good. For sure. Make the crystals a little bit more translucent or whatever. You can make him look good. The design, it's a texture issue, I think, more than anything. The gaudiness can work. For sure. So the gaudiness needs to be fixed. The textures need to be worked. It needs to be more metallic, less melty plastic. Change the map, axe the tornado move, or give it a better wind-up. Put it on a regular map and give the nuke either a way out or a way in, and I think you honestly have a fine monster. As is, I want to say, Overtune. Wait for the frames to come back. We'll just wait for the frames to reset. Oh, that's fine. It's only saying drop frames 44. Okay, cool. Yeah. Do you need to pull Garuba back? Maybe not. I think he's fine. Yeah, he has one attack that I hate. One attack that I hate, and the map is a little annoying. You can make the design work. You can make the moveset work. Crystal's still a lot. I think with the same with the Fish Shimus, you want to tone down Crystal. I kind of like his fight. I like his fight because I think it's challenging. And, like, the Crystal Floor is really fun to dodge and really fun to deal with. The Tail Slam is fun to deal with. The Nuke's fun to deal with. I think a lot of his moves are fun to deal with. Yeah, bottom of Overtuned. Because I really don't think... Alright, that was 2. We should be fine. That's fine. That was instantaneous. Okay, so, yeah, no, I'm fine there. I think, I get why some of you hate him. I really don't. The occasional Connor hot take. Dude, it's not even... I'm telling you, dude. It's one bad move in a stinky arena. He is not Garbo. Pobarubarumu. Oh, Okay, Pobarubarumu is a whole lot of fun. Wicked cool design, super unique concept, wicked fun fight. Big, beefy whale guy with a lot of get-off-me tools predominantly. Uses a lot of sound, uses a lot of quakes. Nice, big, hefty telegraphs, which is needed because of a lot of his attacks are AoE. Makes sense because of the size and the nature of his powers. Uses a lot of sound, uses a lot of slams. Not that hard to deal with because his animations are so slow. The Hunting Horn buffs are awesome. The fact that he can force you to emote is really cool. The design's great. big, spooky, scary whale monster with barnacles coming off of him, and like all these segments for music. I'm gonna be honest, for a monster still built around sound design, I feel like they could have him just have more sounds. Really, like him doing like sonic attacks doesn't have like the most melodic sounds to him. I feel like they could play around with that a little bit. I feel like he's honestly a little lacking in sound department for what his gimmick is. He gives you buffs. He does like the whale breach in and out of the ground. That's super fun. Yeah, super good. Super good. For sure, for sure, for sure. Sick as hell. Gonna put him like right there, I think. Varu. Phenomenal design if you like over-the-top, edgy aesthetics, which I do. It is Balrog Flame Cactus Hell Satan Diablos. It's tough. He's super sick. And the fight's really cool. The cactus gimmick is a lot of fun. The keep away ball game. We played that as a stream. We got him down. If you can depower him down to like totally burnt out, he's really just like a Gen 2 Diablos that I don't even think digs. You just kind of just beat the snot out of him. And then like his normal form is really just a bunch of charges because he's trying to get the cactus off you. The keep away game is really fun. More often than not, you're probably just going to let him eat it, do the fire thing, and then go into the final form and then fight him proper. If you're soloing him, you're probably almost never going to do the cactus thing, especially. And then he's fun when he's supercharged anyway, so it's a really cool novelty that's fun to do. Are you going to do it that much? Probably not. Because the super mode's not, like, impossible to deal with. It's fun. It's really cool. He's got, like, the drag racing move where he's running the tail along the ground, and he's burning the ground and creating that triangle to box you in and attack from there. He's got the super chip damage Nova thing from the middle of the monster when he transforms. He's got horn attacks that Diablos has. He's got combos that Diablos doesn't have. Just fire bursts and crashes, and he's ripping up rocks, and he's blowing up those rocks. He's like throwing up into the ground and smashing them to pieces and whatnot, and using those projectiles as super attacks and whatnot. The super powered up state lasts a good chunk of time. It's really fast, it's really cool, it's really sick. It's got better pacing than Diablos. And the ecology is goofy. How do the Diablos get into the volcano region and find the mystical, magical volcano cactus of Cactus Land and then get superpowers from it? How the hell that works, who knows? That's kind of ecologically dumb. What's not dumb is everything else. The design is immaculate. The reds with the oranges and the purples, and how that all blends together looks great. His standard mode looks good. His purple and blue fire mode looks good. And then he's just a blast. And the cactus stuff is a blast. His proper fight is a blast. Being able to knock him out of it, if that's what you're really going for, is really satisfying. Amazing monster. Wicked goofy concept with some suspension of disbelief, 1000%. But he's still sick as hell. I'm gonna put him right up in there. Love him. Harudo. Harudo is another monster I was really excited to fight, because this dude is crazy. He's the T-1000 dragon. He is a liquid mercury controlling metalloid dragon with membraneless wings, so it looks like he has swords coming up out of his back. He has such an advanced telepathy over his mercury attacks that he can create like simple shapes and constructs with them. He can like launch off metal rain with them, big spikes, lines of spikes. And the cool thing about him is that the attacks that he does launches the mercury armor off of his body. His actual body is really wiry and really weak and very spindly. So once him firing off his mercury attacks has a risk reward to him because it leaves his body open. So the trick to the fight is that you're waiting to bait out his heavy mercury attacks, get in, attack the weak points that he creates on himself before the armor comes back and he gets his damage negation. He looks great with the Mercury armor. He looks good without it. How he flies with no membranes, I am convinced that he uses his telekinesis to pull himself around and pretend like he flies, but he doesn't actually fly. He's just using telekinesis on his armor and this on himself. The red with the silver and the black looks really good. The big gemstone on his head looks a little funky. Doesn't ruin anything. The texture works really good. The scales look amazing. The broken up metal armor looks super sick. This one looks a little plasticky, but it's like melting pliable liquid metal, so I forgive this a little bit more over Garuba. He's a tough fight and kind of difficult to... He can be a little tough to deal with because some of his attacks do a lot of damage, and he also has an aura around him that does chip damage, so it is far from impossible for him to knock you to guts and then chip you to death with his aura, which is never fun. Never fun. But, you know, it's like, well, don't get hit. So he has, like, the shuriken attack and the spike attack, the big explosion, the metal rain. And you're trying to... He does have that, like, super spin attack that, like, auto stuns. That's another one that just kicks the crap out of you. He does have the pinball move for sure. Yeah, it's cool that his attacks create his own weaknesses. His attacks can be a little tough to read. You really want to get your roll timings down for Haru so that you can get in there and hit the weak points that he creates for himself. But some of his timings are a little weird. Especially like that shuriken's kind of tough to deal with. And the attack that he does that's like the guaranteed super spin has a really tough lingering hitbox, and that's one that can chip damage you to death really easy. I don't like that move. I think that's his worst move. Great theme, great design, cool vibes, cool ecology. Really good. Really good. A little over Dio, sure. Little over... I'm gonna put him under Barl. I think Barl's a little more fun. Gurea Domos. This is another one that I think a lot of you are not gonna like, and it's another one I get why you don't like him. I get why you don't like Garuba. I really think it's like one really bad move in a bad arena. I get why you don't like Gurea. Gurea's a lot. But, playing Frontier and kind of, you know, getting with the program, you have to evade attacks. Attacks are going to have a lot of effects on them and lingering effects and beams and explosions and whatnot. Kind of getting with the program with Frontier and really kind of getting into the knack of evading things. I fought him yesterday, and I had a fun time. Is he a lot? Yes. Is he a little stupid? Yes. Does he need better windups on his rocketing charges? Absolutely. I think that's the worst part about him. Is like when he goes rocketing around the arena with his water propulsion, the windups are really quick. And those are huge attacks with big hitboxes. But, he's a lot. It's like, it's water ejection mortar shots that leave water mines. The charge leaves water mines. He fires off the sweeping water beam that leaves, like, geyser effects on the ground. It's a lot. It's a lot. He's a lot. Fighting him with Reflect Lance was fun, because you can just let him bash into you with the charges and get damage for free. So, if you were fighting him with... And here's the thing, he is built to be a G-rank monster. Fighting him in Go rank without Extreme Style and without a proper guard, I bet that is pretty aggravating. I fought him with Extreme Style, Sword and Shield, yesterday, and that is where I had a lot of fun. Is he a lot? Yeah. Is he stuffed? Yeah. He is a Frontier monster. Honestly, for sure. Batshit design, lots of spikes and cactuses shooting out and around him, and knee guard spikes and celery sticks coming out of his back and his head and his wings and his tail and his butt and everywhere, and he's leaving water mines and water explosions, and yeah, I say maybe cut down on some of the lingering effects, of like especially like the water mines. Give him a better wind-up for his charges. Clean up the design a little bit, but like super weapons platform Dash Gravios is fun. I think he's definitely built for extreme style. I really don't think he's built for Go rank. Because I had significantly more fun fighting him with extreme style. Because when I could run around his charges and I could get around his water beam and like outrun his water mines and everything, I was having a lot of fun. But I think he's definitely he is a frontier monster. If you were to ever to bring him back, he would have to be toned down quite a bit. Because there's just so many lingering effects on his attacks that are already really big attacks. But I do think he is fun in a frontier context. So we're going to put him, I think, at the top of mildly overtuned. Gasura Bazura, another one that I was going into this game not having any real anticipation for, and then left liking him. Big thing that's really cool about Gasura Bazura is the fact that he has the most dynamic enraged mode I think Monster Hunter has ever had, in which his moveset is just different when he's enraged. It goes from, he is like the poison monster when he's normal. He has the poison pitfall traps. He has the poison breath, the poison arc shots, the poison bubble that he claps together and breaks it. It is poison and poison and poison. You bring poison, or you bring poison to gate because you're gonna run out of antidotes, or you just don't get hits because you're gonna run out of antidotes. You're getting poisoned more than 10 times. Why is it this picture? I like this picture. This is the one with his enraged mode. His default render is horrible. I like this one because he looks way better with his rage mode. And then, speaking of, when you enrage him, what happens is, you know, his tail balloons, his arms balloon, his fins come out, and he goes into pure brawler form. So, he goes from poison attacks to quake attacks to loud roars, to, I believe, an auto stun spin, kind of like Harudo has. It's a little annoying. Really big beefy slams and whatnot. The way that he exits rage is like the coolest thing ever, where he creates like a sand hill and like digs and jumps up on top of it, and then like fucking WWE like jumps off of it and slams it to the ground. That's really funny. The weird thing about him is that when he has when he goes like super purple mode and he pulls out the purple fins and everything, that's where his poison goes away. This is the mode where he doesn't do any poison, and this is where he looks the most poisony. I don't know, like, how you would, like, fix that, unless you just, like, kind of swap things around completely. Because I get, like, all his stuff comes out, like, when he gets super enraged, and that, like, when he gets enraged, he goes from, like, poison work to just beating the snot out of you, and, like, just, like, completely leaves the poison behind. He's punching the snot out of you. But it's weird that this is the fade where he doesn't do poison. That is odd to me. I like him. His fight is fun. The dynamics of his fight are fun. You kind of it is almost kind of, you need to bring poison negate. Because, like, his breath can poison, and his traps can poison, and his bubble attack can poison. You're gonna get poison. So just, like, don't get hit or bring poison negate, because he is the poison monster. And poison, honestly, poison's not that horrible anyway, so, whatever. Yeah, he's good. He is good. He does have, like, an auto spin stun thing. That's probably the thing I dislike the most about him. Quakes are okay. You can roll through quakes really easy. Roar is fine. Yeah, no, I really like the dynamics between his rage mode. I like how he looks, unless it's Venom. Yeah, I'm glad that he doesn't do Venom. I agree with you on that one, Nightlight, for sure. I like him. He's not the best, but I like him. He looks way better enraged. His unenraged form is a little doofy. The fins are cool. The purple is cool. The bloated limbs are a neat thing with like all the blood rushing to his limbs and whatnot. It's still weird that when he gets more purple, he does less poison. The from the top ropes rage mode is cool. I like him. Not the best, but I like him. Mildly annoying. We're gonna put him pretty much like... I'm gonna put him just like right over Garex. I think he's... Garea's a little more fun. Gasura's a little less annoying. Yamakurai. The purple makes sense to me because he uses said poison to boost his muscles to beat the snot out of you. Yeah, okay, sure. I can take that. It's still from a very visual perspective, he gets more purple but does less attack that is purple. You know what I mean? Yamakurai is almost really good. He's almost really good. What he needs is a map that has verticality. You give him a map that has verticality, I think he works really good. The problem is that he just like drifts around and floats a whole ton. There's opportunities where you can strike him, but for the most part, you're just attacking his little teeny little digits on the ends of his tentacles and his tendrils, and that's really all you get to attack. He's fun to run in multiplayer because he shoots out all the thunderbugs. Your team shoots the thunderbugs back at him. He gets clonked, he gets knocked down, then you can rush in and get him. What he just needs to be in a modern map. Put him on a modern map that has ledges and different elevation and stuff that you can climb around on, and I think he's perfectly fine. As is on a totally flat map, he is super annoying to hit. His tentacles are very slippery, so you just kind of slide off of him. He has like 6 points where you can actually hit him, minus a couple of attacks. Do that, and you have a really good monster. Because what Yama can do is pretty sick. And honestly, what I would see is them taking some of these ideas and just putting them on Yamasukami. I don't think Yamakurai proper would ever come back. But they turn Yama into like a druidic powerhouse where he has all these different statuses with poison gas and sleep gas and paralysis and whatnot. He's shooting out these seeds around, grow these giant trees that you can knock into him. He shifts into like an autumn color scheme when he goes enraged. He has the thunderbugs that he has with him. He's a druid. He is the monster hunter druid. Yeah, with like the tree growing and the wind suction and the status effects gas and all of that stuff. He needs a map with ledges. He needs a map with verticality. Then you have something good. It's very annoying to fight him until you knock the thunderbugs into him, which is kind of fun to do with the group. Honestly, put a Yama in wilds and just have like stuff that your sacreds can like hop up on and run around on, and then you're like at eye level with him and you're smacking at him and he moves around, and you have like land bridges that you can run around and walk around on and stuff like that to go fight him. Like, build something for him with verticality and you're good. I like the moveset, I don't like fighting it. Yamakurai is gonna go at the top of mixed bag. Get back. Yeah, fucking tier limit, Yamakurai. Shut up. Okay. Toricless. Really cool bird wyvern, especially aesthetically. The wings are gorgeous. I like the minimalistic colors on the torso and the head and everything to really draw attention to the wings. Also looks like he's wearing an afro, yeah. Great design, kind of rotund type of bird. Little mothy. Sorry, hiccups. As we've talked about on stream. Good design, good colors, good wings, cool antenna. Like the vibes here too. So he's another Highlands-based monster. Cool thing about him is that he looks great in both settings. So when like it's nice and bright and sunny and you see him and he's like sunning his wings and he's like pulling in all that sunshine in there, then he looks great there. When the lightning storm comes down and he's like glowing and all lit up and everything, he looks great there. And then the fight is pretty solid. It's not the craziest. He doesn't do too much that I haven't seen anything else do. He is a bird wyvern. Yeah, very much like one of the more wyverny birds. I would say the only thing is that his fight is a really good, solid, put together, solidly executed fight that doesn't do a ton of things that I've never seen before. So that costs him, like, a point. Like, 1. Guy's great for a bird wyvern? Yeah. I still think I like Foro's fight a little bit better. Yeah, no, I like he's gathering up the sunshine up in his wings and he goes for the burst. He's got, like, the lightning mines that he can disperse. That's a really cool attack that he can do. He's got his lightning shots. He's got a lot of repositioning type of hops. He doesn't fly too much. He flies a little. A lot of good, cool ranged attacks. Some decent physical attacks. Balances out pretty well. Why do I feel like he's based on that old Art of Rathlos eating a great eagle? Maybe. He's kind of different from that picture, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. Fun monster to fight. Great design. Cool concept with the solar powered thunder bird wyvern. The only thing is that in Go rank, he doesn't do a lot of moves that I've never seen anybody do. That's the only bad thing I could say about him. I like the gear. I like where you fight him. I like how he looks in his environment. I like what he does with his environment. I like how he interacts with the changing weather. I enjoy the battle in of itself. It is a relatively simple fight. I don't even say simple. It is not the most creative fight done in a way that is well executed in Go rank. So I think he's definitely still S. Foro's better. Tycoon's more unique. Let me put him... I still like Odie a little. I'll put him over Barl. I'll put him right there. I like fighting him. I like fighting him a lot. Does land in mainline Monster Hunter. I feel like he would need to be shrunken down a bit. He's quite a large boy. Maybe. I'd be down for more big bird wyverns, honestly, but yeah, they can do whatever they want. I think Foro is the, at least in Go rank, I think Foro is the best bird wyvern in the game. Toa Tetsukatora. Let's try to not give too much preferential treatment. Because, you know, we have some biases. You've seen the logo on the channel. Toa Tetsukatora is the ice relative of Teostra. He's the origin species. Him being origin, kind of silly. I would be perfectly fine if this is just a speciated version of the fire dragons with an ice adaptation to it. Him being an ancient ancestor of Teo is a little silly. Like, that's a pretty drastic... Whatever, who cares? Yeah, no. It's a good redesign because it isn't just a palette swap. The horns are different and arranged differently. The mane is different and arranged differently. The wings, the frostbitten textures look really good. The tail has a different format. The fur on the legs is different. It is absolutely a Teostra relative. I think they did some really, really good things with the anatomy reconstruction. And then with the fight, does a lot of things that Teo does with ice. And again, it is not just an element swap. I do think that Diorex is the superior in taking a monster, giving a relative, taking what that monster does, and then swapping up the specifics of that. Diorex does this better. Toa does this well, where, you know, instead of the big powdery explosions... he flaps his wings and, like, the big ice crystals form. Instead of leaving explosive powder in his wake, he leaves, like, the ice tracks in his wake, and he tries to box you in with that the same way Varu does. Instead of a fire aura around him, there's a blizzard that forms around him. He's chunkier overall, which is common for animals in Arctic regions. Makes sense. More body fat and stuff like that for internal heat. Yeah, I like his lore that, like, mountains will be shut down because when a Toa comes around, this, like, a blizzard will set in and people can't go into those regions. He has, like, the dual ice explosion that's really fun to dodge. He can freeze you solid, which is pretty cool. Really solid fight. Good evolution of Teostra. I think DRX is the superior evolution of a monster relative. Of taking everything that a monster does and just doing some different application to it. The Blizzard's really fun to fight him in. The ice trails are cool. He tries to box you with that. He can freeze you solid. Cool with the ice drops. Yeah, I like fighting him. For sure. Connor's uncle, yeah. I'm gonna say... Dio's a better workaround. Abio, I think I like to fight a little more. I'm gonna put him at the king of sick as all hell for now. Yeah, I'll keep him there. Vol'jang. Heavy metal. Does show up in mainline. He would have Ice and Blast. I could see them doing like the powdery dust explosions, and then it just like cracks into like a big like ice thing or whatever instead of an explosion. Be cool. Vol'jang. Super cool Rajang relative. Lives out in the volcano. Coats his fists in fire. The only thing that Go Rank doesn't have is the tornado attack that he can throw you in. I wish he did. That would definitely bump him up. As he is, though, really sick. The fire punches and, like, the fire bullet punches. The ring of flame that he can jump through and whatnot. He's, like, a good kind of ugly where he's just very barbaric and very grotesque. Real just grungy monster. I like the giant horns he has. I like how he looks. I like how he like grinds his knuckles on the ground to ignite his fists up, like his fists are made out of like flint and stone. Love how they made a chimp look more caveman paleo. Kinda, yeah, dude. He's bigger and bulkier and chunkier than Rajang. His moves are a lot of fun to deal with. High damage. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Great fight. Great concept. I think we're gonna bump just like one down from Toa. I think I like Toa's fight like the hairest more. When we get that tornado attack in G rank, I think he's going up a little more. For sure. I think he's going to S rank. As is, he's definitely missing his coolest move. I like the moveset a lot. The concept is cool. The design is cool. There's better concepts and there's better designs. Really like him, though. Very high up in the top and sick as all hell. All right, let's not squander any pretense. Not even going to keep you guessing. That's where he is. I have fought less than a quarter of Guanzorumu, and he is one of the greatest battles in this series I have ever had the pleasure of encountering, and I haven't fought 75% of it. It is so damn good. If you haven't played Frontier, the moveset is so well balanced. It is so stunning. It is so powerful. It is just so... No, he's there. He's perfect. But it's all learnable. It's all super learnable. The only thing is you should probably spec in earplugs, because his roar will put you in a super chip damage blender. That will, if you can't get out of the blender, you're gonna get blown up. You probably want earplugs, because he doesn't have a ton of wind up for that roar either. It's very easy to get caught in. So pack earplugs. I think you should bring earplugs. Learning how to roll the wind tunnel is fun. Learning how to roll the stomps is fun. Learning how to roll the the snap bite attack into like the back drag into the fire breath, that's fun. Getting out of the way of the Egirasu as they do their flamethrower attacks, that's a lot of fun. Avoiding his flying sweeps and slams and backing off to get away from his fireballs, that's cool. The one where he like fires off the fire shot and does like this arcing backflip to clear distance and then shoots off another big projectile, that move is so sick. Claw swipes are pretty fun to deal with. So many of his moves are so much fun to learn, to roll, and to punish. This is what Evade Window is built for. Cause like he doesn't do a billion things that you need to dodge and then dodge and then dodge and then dodge and then you get your in, and it is big, oppressive, scary attack. Evade out of that, punish. Big, oppressive, scary, fun attack. Get out of that, learn it, punish. And the back and forth, it is fair, it is elegant, it is masterful, it is so well tuned, it is so well paced, it's so fun, and this isn't even like 80% of it. And the design is so good. The shade of green is perfect. The type of pale gold they use is perfect. The way that they use that kind of dark faded green with like the almost like the maroon red on the wings, and the pattern as that fades off into the cream color is fantastic. The crown of horns is so well built. The spikes feel great. The color choice is so good with the green, the gold, the cream, and the maroon. Is amazingly well color blended. He is so, even like if you watched the stream where I fought him like 10 times in a row, I have never in all of Monster Hunter had so much fun getting my ass kicked. Learning this battle was so satisfying. And it's not even 75% of it. I didn't mean to alarm you. Guan has an HC in G. Fuck yeah, brother. You kidding me? Someone said this. Hang on. At a row above. I'll put a no. This one goes red. This one is gonna be. This one's gonna be the dark green again. Keyboard. One. Oh, it went back down. I'm telling you, I'm really not even exaggerating. Like at all. Walked in on Connor gushing about the Emperor like a schoolgirl. It is that good. I am not exaggerating. I'm not overemphasizing. Maybe it doesn't work for somebody. Maybe. And if it doesn't, sure. I'm really not exaggerating how good this is and how fun it is. And how just amazing it is to learn. How good the gear looks. How good the theme looks. I saw one comment. I do agree the sound design could be better. Sure. If that's the only weakness. Okay. No, like this is one of the greatest of all time. Straight up. Phase 1. Unenraged Phase 1 is one of the greatest fights of all time. Maybe the other two phases get like too nutty and squander it. From what I've heard, they don't. But I love them. Okay, so we're at exotics and then supremacies and then hardcores. So this is going to get a lot faster. You have gone through the chunky analytical process. Let's do a quick little overview. Guan is top tier, absolutely. Quaru Sapusu top of get him in there. I agree. Unknown under Quaru. Yes, I agree. I think Quaru just does too much things. It's really fun. Unknown over Zira or Xena. No, Xena Sarasu is a different monster. Zero Ryus is what I'm talking about. So Unknown over Zero. Yes. Zero over Varu. Yes. Varu over Foro, yes. Foro over Tycoon, yes. Tycoon over, I really like Tycoon. Tycoon might be like a little high. Not tier, just like within his own tier. I think I might... Because Phase 1 really kind of is a slaughter, and Phase 2 really isn't that difficult. Great gimmicks, great concept. You're really just kind of beating the snot out of them. I think Inagami's a little more fun. I think Odie's a little more fun. Odie, so Inagami over Odie. Yeah, because, like, the rocks make Odie... Tycoon too low, honestly. Oh, that's you, Nathan. Yeah, I think Phase 1's just like really just a punching bag, and Phase 2's not that hard. I think that's really the only thing. The concept's immaculate, the design's great, gear's cool, secret phase cinematics, awesome. But yeah, Tycoon, there's a little bit, there's better fight design than Tycoon, for sure. Tycoon over Torrid, yes. Torrid over Barl. I might bump Barl over just because concept, but they're about as fun. Quaru's too high. Agree to disagree with you. I love them. Very, very, very fun fight for me. A lot of great concepts. Torrid over Haru. Yes, I agree. I think he's more fun. Haru's more challenging and a little bit more conceptually interesting, but I think Torrid is just a little bit more fun to fight. Haru has a couple of things I find mildly irksome. Haru over Dio, yes. Dio over Abio. I might bump Abio over Dio. Dio over Ray and Lolo, yes. All right, so S tier locked. Toa at the top of A. Yes, I think that's a good gatekeeper for A tier. Over Vol'jang. I actually think I might like Vol'jang a little more. Over Dora, yes. Dora over Beru, yes. Beru over Pobo, yes. Pobo over Ruko, yes. Ruko over Shantian. The rocks are so annoying. I'm gonna bump them. Shantian also has like the little... Quaru's an S monster, a little perfect fit in Wilds. I agree. Yeah, no, I love him. I totally love him. If you disagree, that is okay. Ruko over Vashimu, yes. Vashimu over Guren, yes. Over Silver. Actually, I might like Silver a little more than Guren. And I might like Pearl a little more than Guren as well. Over Gogo, yes. Gogo over Red Lavasiath, yes. Red Lavasiath as the bottom of A tier. Maybe I'll pump him to the king of B tier, of lacking a little bit. Because you could do like a little bit with him. So, Red Lavasiath over Gasura, yes. Gasura over Gurea, yes. Gurea over the fish. What about the same? Gurea's a little more... I'm gonna bump fish up 2. Over Gasura, over Gurea. Dura under Gurea, yes. Jebbia under... Yes. Jebbia over Bright... Jebbia over Garuba, yes. Garuba at the bottom of mildly overtuned. Does he drop in a mixed bag? One really bad move, really obnoxious arena, bad textures, and it's some hefty. The armor's great, the music's great. I like the majority of the move sets. Textures can be clean. Bottom of B tier for Garuba. Bottom of B tier. Yes. Do I like... I like him more than Kurai, yes. Over Ravi, yes. Ravi over the Wolves, yes. Wolves over Mira, for sure. Mira over Parya, for sure. Over Violent, yes. King of D tier, yes, he's not bad. So nothing goes in what are we doing, dude. Alright, so Frontier Original Monsters, pre-G rank. This is the lock-in, this is the list. This is how I feel. I'm gonna go over it just like one more time with my eyes. Yes, I like this list. I do. I like it a lot. I think Frontier has excellent concepts, excellent gimmicks, great design that might just be a little outdated, but I think that, not even, the design is not outdated, the technology was outdated for a lot of these monsters. I think a lot of them need facelifts, simply due to the fact that they were created for a game that engine was created in 2007. A lot of good gimmicks, a lot of good combat design. Some stuff is a little overtuned, some stuff is a little obnoxious, some stuff's a little weird. Nothing is horrible. And then there's a couple that's like pretty undercooked, or is in a map that is unsuiting, or just goes on a little long. That's kind of the worst it gets. Just move Garuba, and this list is perfect. I'm still, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I'm confident in where I am because I really only have 3 problems with him. I enjoy the majority of his moveset, and I'm going to stick to that gun. So, I get it. I understand. Totally. It's really just one attack and the map and the design that I think hinders him. And if that's it, I don't think I would bump him into C tier. That is my take, and I'm going to stick with it. Alright, so that is that. Also, is there a reason why regular Espinas is not present? Okay, so I said this at the top. Espinas, Hypnocatrice, Lavasioth, and Flaming Espinas have already been ranked. I've done a 2nd generation tier list. I've done a 5th generation tier list. Those are both up on the channel. You can watch them at any time. So, I don't need to rank them here. However, so I've already expressed my thoughts on them as monsters. However, all 4 of them do have hardcores, and I'll be talking about their hardcores and, by extension, their interpretation in Frontier. So now we're getting into the variations and stuff. This is going to be much quicker to get through. So, numerically we're a little less than halfway done, but I think this is going to be a lot faster. So, Exotic Zinogre. Exotic Zinogre is a lot of fun. It takes a lot of what is really cool about Zinogre's design and frontierifies it. So you have the paw slams are still really fun to deal with, right? And they're a little bit bigger. The spinning backflip into the launch thing where he'll crash down to the ground, fun to dodge. It has a bigger explosion. Got to be careful about that. The Thunderbugs go at a slightly different angle. He has a new attack where he goes up on a handstand and crashes the tail down and stuff like that. Exotic Zinogre's a lot of fun. Couple of new moves, couple of advancements on previous moves. I wouldn't mind seeing the handstand tail slam comes back. It doesn't combo into anything, but it's kind of like a neat little move and doesn't do anything too crazy. The Thunderbugs are fine. So, for Exotic Zinogre, it's Zinogre? Yeah. There's other exotics that do a little bit more for him. It is still Zinogre, so Zinogre's really good, but you do kind of have to assess it on, frontierified changes, which makes, the second half of this a little bit tough. Yeah, no, I like him. I think he's gonna go, really, really low and sick as all hell, because it's still Zinogre, and I'm a big Zinogre fan, as you can tell from the 3rd generation list and the video that I did on him. I'm a big Zinogre fanboy. And this one is a decent enhancement for Frontier. Decent. So I'll put him at sick as all hell, but bottom of it. Sure, bottom A tier. Sure. Exotic Deviljho. It sure is 3rd generation Deviljho. There's a little bit here. With Exotic Deviljho, he has a new body slam attack, and he has a couple of mix-ups. So the way the mix-ups work is they're mostly off of like his bite combos. So he can go from his bite combo, and instead of just going bite chomp, bite chomp, bite chomp, he can go from a bite into a stomp, or from like a bite into a check, which is neat. I do like combo mix-ups like that. He doesn't do them too much though. He very often he just does his normal work. Sometimes he does his mix-ups. When he does his mix-ups, they're kind of cool. They're not sprinkled in all that much, and he has one new attack. It is... I like 3rd gen Devil Joe, but Devil Joe's gotten better since then. It's definitely a Devil Joe. I'll put him like right over Paria, sure, because I still like fighting him. Okay, so this is an interesting one, because this is basically prototype Iceborne Raging Bracky. Because this one has the height of Raging Bracky. This one has the drag strike where it'll like rip the slime across the ground and get the explosions off of that. He's got like the double horn thrust chain explosion. He's got the speed. It's interesting because like this is cool stuff for like a frontier version of Brachydios, but they took a ton of exotic Bracky and they made Iceborne Raging. So we're at kind of like an interesting conundrum on like, yeah, these are cool stuff to bring to a Bracky, but they already did. They already did. It's on Raging, and it's like, it's good, and Raging's a really, really good monster. The only other really difference is he has like the spitting like arc throw of slime that he can launch. And then one thing I noticed fighting him is that he kind of loses his boxer personality. He has a lot less of punch, side hop, box in, punch, side hop, get around you, bunch, side hop. He's like kiting you around and trying to like guide you into the explosions and whatnot. There's a lot less of this on exotic Bracky. What are we doing here in not a bad way? Yeah, I mean, are you still talking about Devil Joe? Me when he runs at Mach 8 like that? Yeah, no, dude, he's really, that's the scariest thing about him, is that, exotic Bracky's fucking fast. Yeah, no, he's good. He was so good that they turned him into an Iceborne monster, and, they turned probably one of the most ho-hum, humdrum variants in 4th generation into one of Iceborne's best fights. And I guess for the pedigree of all that, you know, we say get him in there. He's already in there. Yeah, only because we kind of have it. Yeah. So, like, what does that mean? Does that mean does it go wicked low, or does that mean it go wicked high? So exotic Bracky gets like a turbo asterisk next to him. Which frontier monster would be the most devious on the basketball court? Yeah, you have fun answering that question. I mean, it's already in there. So, hang on. We're gonna do add a row below. We're gonna give him and say he's already in there in a good way. Kind of spreading out the tier list a little bit, but, yeah, whatever. It's funny. He's already in there. In a good way. Right. So that's where he goes. It's a funny entry. Great moveset. Exotic Barioth. The Sonic and Knuckles duo. Oh, you're talking about the basketball thing still. Sorry. Okay, Exotic Barioth. Exotic Barioth is very Barioth. Doesn't change too much. Mildly annoying. Maybe like a little bit. They add a lot of like ice kick up to his tail sweep and to his hip check. If you're good at if you're good enough at rolling through the original tail sweep and the original hip check, you can roll through the ice effects. If you're trying to like stay away and keep distance, you're gonna get clipped. So a little annoying in that respect, but yeah, like I said, if you can roll the original attack, you can roll the enhanced attacks. Not that different. Barioth is nice to have. I like Barioth. Barioth's a really cool monster. Works really good. Doesn't do too much new. The coolest thing that he has is that he has like drags his paw a couple times. He goes rushing, fires off this huge ice shot, and then does kind of like a retreating back off after that, and launches like this big ice tornado that creates a bunch of like little smaller ones. That's a cool move. The windup is very telegraphed, so it's not too hard to get away from it. Yeah, no, it's Barioth with some ice stuff. We're still going? Dude, I have 94 monsters to cover. Thankfully, though, this is the fast part. Lacking a little bit. Yeah, I'll put him at, like, lacking a little bit. You can plop him right there. Less annoying. Yeah, I'll put him over Garuba. He's less annoying. Alright, Exotic Uragan. It's Barioth, but I prefer Iceborne Barioth. I agree. Let's see. Exotic Uragan. Exotic Uragan is working on being pretty good. He still rolls a lot. The cool thing about Exotic Uragan is he can roll, catch himself, stop, and then just go backwards, flop into a back flop onto him, which is really fun. And it's not only is that just a cool move and a funny move to watch, but what it does for Uragan is it keeps him in the fight. So a big problem with Uragan's rolling is that it'll roll around, and he's up, and it's just so much uptime on the roll, and then he's on the other side of the map, and you gotta chase after him, and he curls up into the ball, and he rolls around. This one, the finisher of the roll is very deliberately targeting you, so it makes it so that the roll of Uragan has substantially less downtime. You have to roll the impact. The other thing is that he can change direction on it when he's in midair, which is fucking stupid and doesn't make any sense. He has an air juggle combo that's okay. It's kind of cool. Big charge attack that goes into an explosion burst. His chin slams are like obnoxiously large. Thankfully, however, they have very little hit behind him. If you're in front of him and he does his chin slams, you're probably going to get hit by them. And it's very difficult to punish them because he does 4 of them. So if he's doing like the rapid slam 4 in a row, you just want to get the hell out of dodge because you're not going to punish it. The really, really big one is even larger, but that one's easier to punish because you can just roll through the quake. And then the attacks in and of themselves don't really have too much reach behind him, so you can hit his tail. But they are obnoxiously big quakes off of his chin slams. Doesn't spam gas too much. Doesn't have too many brand new attacks. His bombs are larger, but he throws less of them than Iceborne. There's stuff that I like. The air juggle combo is a neat little attack. The backward slam roll is not bad. A little bit more uptime in the fight because of it. Less gas spammy. Chin slams are obnoxious, though. I think we're gonna put them in the bottom of mixed bag, I think. A great Uragan, but it's Uragan. Yeah. I mean, I'm someone who will go to bat a little bit for Uragan, but I still do recognize that he certainly has problems. Problems that can be fixed, and this one doesn't necessarily fix them. Exotic Nargacuga. Dude, this isn't even the G rank, and this one is fun. This is Nargabluga, because this one is the one goes like blue mode and has like after images around him when he's moving around. And honestly, he's not even like too fast. They really don't overclock his speed all that much for him having like after images. It communicates the speed just fine, but like he's not too overwhelming. He has like the spinning dust attack that can pretty much just guaranteed one-shot you. Then he has the poison spike rain that they gave to Lucent Nargacuga eventually. So that's really cool because that move's great. If you have a reflect, you can like chip damage him to death with it. I'm helping someone from Exotic Nargacuga. I'm loving it. Yeah. Super fine. Super fun. A little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive. The bitch slap attack is cool. The poison rain is cool. And that combos into the tail slam, which is nice and deadly. If you get hit by both of those, you're just dead. The whirlwind attack is cool. How it kicks up the dust is really sick, but you can still see the eyes. The blue effects look really good on them. Yeah, no, nothing bad to say about Exotic Nargacuga. Probably the best. Probably the best of them. And I have it on good authority that he gets even better. I'll bump him. Probably like one, like right at like Abio. Abio's original. I'll give the tiebreaker to a Frontier original. Exotic Stygian is pretty good. Keeps the tail slam. Coolest thing about Exotic Stygian is the design for sure. He's got the red claws. He's got the spiky black fur. They just go like full edgelord with them. They change around his homing shot projectiles a little bit again. So they'll peek out over him, and they'll just go like launching off in different directions and targeting you and whatnot. He has a move where he can kick up these dragon tornadoes, which is over the top, but pretty sick. The design is really sick. The render is really, really cool. Absolutely. Yeah, and then like it's I'll bump him like I'll bump him maybe like one over the regular Exotic Zinogre, because they changed him up a little bit, and I think the design overhaul is better. Exotic Gore. Exotic Gore is a lot of fun. Another really, really good one. Probably going in S tier. He has like the super damage roar bubble that you can roll through. Very satisfying attacks to roll through and to like hop through. I was having a lot of fun with him the first time I fought him, with like the paw slams on his wings and whatnot. He has that cool attack where he'll send out like the frenzy balls in a whole bunch of different directions. Iceborne Stygian is goated. Yeah, for sure. Iceborne Stygian is definitely better than Exotic Stygian. This one's fine though. This one's fun. Looks good when he's all dragony. He's fun to fight in the Painted Falls. Yeah, he's like, yeah, no, he's just good. He's just good. He's frontierified with some better combo work. I like the ring of frenzy explosions he can detonate. He's not too overdone. It's just like, it is 4th gen Gore, which I think is a little bit more fun than 5th gen Gore. So I'm gonna put him like Narga's still a little better. I'm gonna put him maybe like right there. Yeah, just like one under. And then Exotic Shigaru. Kind of feel about the same. Honestly, maybe a little bit better than Exotic Gore. I fought him today, actually, in prep for the stream. So the big thing with Exotic Shigaru is, actually, he has one thing that I don't like, and that is that he has like one of like the super high time down flinch roars. And if you get caught in that, it's very likely that you're going to be caught from beneath you with a frenzy explosion. That's wicked obnoxious. His star roar does like chip damage in an aura, which is kind of imposing. He has some cool like retreating frenzy shots. He has some frenzy paw slam explosions off of his wing arm strikes and his slam down, but it's done much, much better than the Risen Shigaru, because the explosions with the slam is simultaneous instead of on a delay. So it has all those cool effects, but with a slightly less annoying effect to them. The frenzy geysers aren't too overpopulated. Yeah, good little enhancement on Shigaru Magala. And Shigaru I've always liked more than Gore. I might even bump it up. You know, I actually really enjoyed my time with this. I'm going to put him over Haru. He has like one little thing that annoys me, which is the super roar into possibly the ground explosion. That's about it. Yeah, no, I like Exotic Shigaru a lot. Exotic Amatsu, unfortunately, this is the pre-G rank one, so we don't have the Ultra Dragon mode. So what we have really is 3rd generation Amatsu with a couple of new attacks. I think he has a new slam attack. His tornadoes will reconverge in a different area, so that's cool. And he has like a super like water drop little Nova attack, kind of like Unknown has, which is fun to dodge. But yeah, no, it's their Genamatsu with like 3-4 new attacks. It's okay, it's fine. I like Amatsu. It also doesn't have the Phase 2 music at all. Like she does the Phase 2 moves, but doesn't get the Phase 2 music. We will be revisiting this one for sure, as is definitely kind of like lacking a little bit. Exotic Seregios is super fun. I'm sorry this is so tiny, but Exotic Seregios I love. I actually had a ton of fun. On the just off the dome, I really like Seregios. Seregios is very well balanced, really fun, really fast. Bleed. So a big thing is that bleed is a lot scarier in this game. It doesn't go away with crouching. The chip damage is a lot scarier. So it's a lot faster, a lot more intense. They ramp up his speed, really make him like wicked quick. I think the G rank version of him gets these bright wings and light elements. That's cool. We're not there yet. Big thing with the Exotic Seregios as this super cool like bottom from under you attack that you gotta roll. We got a bigger pick. Not really. Sorry. OBS, you being silly, OBS. 0 drop frames. Okay, you're fine. It's just OBS being a tool. Yeah, you called Ruko semantic. But yeah, no. So what I was saying is he has an attack where he'll stuff a whole bunch of his scales in the ground. Those will strike. And then there's, so you have to dodge the first one, then you have to dodge the burst off of that. That's a cool attack, and then you get a punish off of that. Seregios got so small that it imploded into a G singularity, deleting Connor and his house. Shit. Yeah, no, Exotic Seregios is amazingly fun. I'm gonna put like right with Narga. Okay. Oh, good lord. It's gigantic. We'll go back out to like 90. 80. There we go. Okay, now we're on to the Supremacies. So, Supremacy Pariapuria is kind of crazy. Worst thing about him is definitely the map. It's very much a Garuba Dora situation, only this is arguably worse. Not arguably, this is worse. This is way worse than Garuba Dora. Because Garuba only has like kind of, isn't that big and has like one stinky move. This dude is gigantic. The arena is tiny and his moves are ginormous. But in a vacuum, the moves aren't that bad. The big like suction attack is pretty cool. The bullet rocks are kind of cool. He does a lot of charges, but it's just like, it's really, this arena, it compromises the fight more than a Garuba's arena compromises his. Absolutely. Also, the redesign is kind of cool. This one just goes completely feral. And he's all bloodstained all over the face and the claws and spattered on the wings and everything. Just completely feral. I think the regular Pariapuria should be this big and put on a normal map, honestly. And yeah, no, like, his attacks are scary, but they're not bad. It's, like, the map is really tough to deal with, and it is the entire fight. With Garuba Dora, at least, like, he has, like, a couple of moves that aren't full arena, and he himself is not half the arena. So, I think this is a case where a tiny arena really hurts this fight. In an otherwise, like, okay fight, it's not that bad. But, like, doing it in multiplayer was also definitely kind of spread out the aggro a little bit, which is nice. If you're fighting this dude by himself in that tiny little box, like, that's hell. That's totally hell. I think that is, I think it's definitely a mixed bag. Over Uragan, the wolves are better for sure. Yeah, no, if the moves sucked, he'd be at bottom tier. The moves aren't bad. The moves aren't bad. It is the, yeah. Ironically, I like him way more than Garuba. I was able to roll out of most of his moves, but the arena does hold him back. Yeah, no, I mean, that's how I feel about Garuba, is I was able to roll out of most of his moves. So it might just be a learning thing, honestly. But it seems like it's kind of flip-flopped. But yeah, no, I would never want to do this by myself. Let's see. Supremacy, Odi Batoras. Unless I forgot something, he only has one new attack. And it's like a suit, like he has like the regular rock sneeze. This one's like one where he fires up his cannon into the air and like giant rocks fall down. And it's massive, massive damage, almost guaranteed knock you to guts health. I think that's like actually it. Doesn't really change all that much. Bigger, more annoying. Like the animation is cool because he fires the cannon up into the air. I like that. That's neat. But it's just a bigger, more annoying rock attack. Which is always already the most annoying part of his kit. So like, and see the other thing is like this is a like again correct me, but like this is a supremacy species, and compared to Paria, Dora, Teostra, it's like there was a difference. Is there literally anything else? All I remember is the rock attack. And we did the slay on him too. So it's not like we just did the repel and didn't see a phase 2. We did the slay. And he didn't do anything. Minus the new rock attack. And like compared to the other supremacies, again, you are yeah, I'm looking at chat right now to see if anybody has anything. Cause I'm willing to put him in like, what are we doing, dude? I meant there was a difference. I meant for question mark. Oh, there was a difference. Question. Oh, gotcha. You meant to have a question mark in there. Yeah, no, I think it's literally one attack. And if it's one attack and it's on a supremacy species, and you compare that to the changes on the other supremacies, then like, what are we doing, dude? You have one brand new one-shot attack that's fucking annoying. Sick. So is there a difference? Yeah, I think it's literally one attack. So like, what are we doing? You have 6 slots for supremacy species, and one of them is that. Like, that's all the effort you put into it. What are we doing? And then we get to probably the 2 toughest, but also, like, the coolest ones. So, hits harder and gets 1 more attack. That's it from what I've seen as well. Yeah, if that's it, then fucking bottom tier. Because, like, Supremacy Dora and then Supremacy Tio. And, like, Paria's hell in his environment, but his moves are cool. And then you have Unknown in the Fish. So compared to the other supremacies, like, what are we doing? Then we have Supremacy Dora, which is sick as hell looking. So you take his body, you give him like the dark red accent. When he goes full enraged, he looks amazing, dude. With like the red black fur, and he's just pumping out dragon element, especially in phase 2. And he's got like the whip cracks with the dragon explosions, and like the needle thin dragon beam, and he like rips up rocks with the have I seen a second phase? Yes, I have. We fought him in the fan poll huntathon. We ran him back then, towards the end of the show. So I have fought that fight. I also watched it back before this. So he looks amazing. Looks really, looks good like this. Looks great enraged. The moveset is bananas. Probably it might be the craziest of the movesets, though. I have Supremacy Tio more memorized, and Paria's is, again, it's locked in that box. Maybe Unknowns is the craziest just because of the phases, but this dude gets crazy. With the the whip crack explosions, and he's like chucking rocks up into the air and shooting that with the beam, and then that's like raining down rocks, and he's got like the paralysis and like the big bursts of and it's not even just like AoE spam or anything. It is a little bit. It's a lot more like projectiles and beams. There's a lot of like big explosions off of slams and whatnot. But he's really good. Supremacy, he's tough, but he's really good, and the looks are amazing. I might bump him to definitely going over the original Dora. Because he's a Supremacy, he's wicked overtuned, but he is kind of fun. Is he going S? Yeah. Yeah. He looks really good. He's a lot of really cool attacks. He's tough, though. He's really, really tough. Paria's movement set is more insane? Interesting. Alright, that's the take. Alright, Supremacy Tio. This is the one I know the best, because I fought him the most. It's practice for the Gauntlet. Supremacy Tio is pretty good. Pretty good. The Super Enraged mode is a lot of fun when he has, like, the big, huge, like, Snap Tornado. He's really, like, hardcore Teostra with a super form. We'll talk about hardcore Teostra a little bit later. And then, like, the super form is neat. So he's got, like, the big, like, multi-explosion ring of fire around him. He's got the huge tornado that he flies in and he bursts. He's got, like, the fire run thing. So that's really cool. Everything else is very much like hardcore Teostra. So he's good. He's good, for sure. He's good. I'm going to put I didn't go there. I want to go here. I'm going to put somewhere in sick as all hell. Once you fight, like, hardcore Teostra, then, like, you see how many moves he's taken. And the other thing is, like, the super form, you're just trying to, like, get out. They're very kind of, like, big get-out-of-the-way attacks for the most part. Let me put, over Pobo. These guys. Right there, under the Whipwing Wyverns, over Pobo. Let's see. All right, Hardcore Gauntlet. Hardcore Gendrome, really cool additions to the moveset. The fact that he has the, like, the rush-up headbutt, which will knock you backwards, then he'll back up and do, like, the paralysis arc shot. That's a cool combo. The lunge into the back kick with the auto stun is a cool little scumbag attack. The crests are a little silly looking. The fact that he can paralyze himself is cool. He is not over Pobo. I like him a little more. Pobo, I like Pobo a lot. He is a lot of, like, big get-off-me AoE attacks, I think is the only thing. He can paralyze himself, can then, like, build up a resistance to his own paralysis. That's pretty cool. I fought him a billion times because this is how you get, like, the sticky pasta ingredients. This is a really good Gendrome. Differentiates himself from his brothers very easily. He is well designed, I think. The paralysis, like, big sphere attack that paralyzes himself, that's wicked over the top. I don't think you would ever see that in mainline, but I could see, like, the headbutt backstep into the arc. I could see that coming back. I could see, like, the sand kick coming back. I could see that. Good hardcore. I'll put, kind of like... Also, you do have to remember these are ranked, like, kind of differently between the variations and the Frontier Originals. Hardcore Gendrome. I can go... Still down, still down. Over Akura. Maybe like there. That's good. Majority of his moves should go to G Gendrome. Yeah, good, for sure. The only one that I think is too over the top for mainline is the big paralysis sphere. Okay, this monster. Hardcore Velocidrome. I haven't fought the G-Rank version that has the, like, the spit up items and spit up Farcaster thing. So I haven't got to, like, the really funny version of him. This one's cool. Crazy, ridiculous, stupid damage on him. His quest also has 2, so if they're both in the same arena, that's horrifying. Better lunge attacks, better spin attacks, better checks, better bites and everything. Just, like, the damage makes him terrifying. Like, really, really terrifying. But he's fun, and he's a Velocidrome that has a lot of his own just new moves. Has, like, an actual kit to him. It's not just 3 attacks. The damage is goofy. Would he be, like, wicked high without the damage? I still think it would be good. Gendrome is definitely better. I'm gonna put him at like like Red Lavasioth is over the fish. Again, we're comparing hardcore to originals. They have to do like slightly different things. I can live with them right there. Hardcore Gypsyross does what I think Gypsyross has always needed to do. He is more of a trickster. He uses his abilities more in tandem, and he just has more to do with his abilities. So this dude, he flashes quicker, and if he pulls off the flash, he will go into a poison drop punish to get you off of that. Doesn't spam the poison rush nearly as much. He has more attacks with his rubbery tail. He and the purple Gypsyross will feign using the stun attacks before different moves to try and bait you into a certain defensive maneuver, because he'll click his beak and click the thing before he does a number of his attacks, so you think that he's going to go into his flash. He is able to spoof paralysis and able to spoof sleep to bait you into thinking that he's weak. So yeah, he has follow-ups, he has punishes, he has fake-outs, he has feints. It is a lot more elaboration for Gypsyross in a way that punishes, and is just more fun and has more moves and is way less spammy. And I think this is a really good Gypsyross. Absolutely. We're gonna put him, bump him down a little under that. We'll put him like right there. And then Hardcore Purple is almost better. So Hardcore Purple does a little less with the bait and punish and spoofing, but he has a lot more of his own unique attacks. So he has this one where he'll land himself on the ground, get his ass stuck in the ground, and then he'll go out of a charge from there. He's got a big whirling, spinning tail whip, which is super fun. He has larger poison. He uses his poison a little bit more than the HC Gypsyross. Really, really fun moveset. Not quite as much of a trickster, not quite as much of a setup and punish. I like him about the same. I think Purple Gypsyross has some slightly more fun new moves, but I think that the hardcore regular Gypsyross just capitalizes on the Gypsyrossiness a little bit better. So these are both really, really good for slightly different reasons. Great, great versions of the monster. And I think that a new mainline Gypsyross would absolutely stand to benefit from learning from both of these incarnations. I genuinely enjoy fighting both of these monsters. This isn't the render for Hardcore Hypnoc, couldn't find a good one, but Hardcore Hypnocatrice. So Hardcore Hypnocatrice is an absolutely bestial sleep monster. He has retreating sleep gas, he has singular sleep shots, he has a sleep charge, and he has a sweeping sleep beam. Running status negated made him not that annoying. If you're not running sleep negate, I could see Hardcore Hypnoc being very annoying, but it does really lock him in as a sleep monster for sure. The way that his AI works as well, it's not too spammy. Yeah, so he has a lot of sleep attacks, but his AI works in such a way where they don't spam him too much. That's something you're going to notice with a lot of the hardcores, is that they just kind of clean up a lot of bad habits that the original versions fall into, and then pepper in a new move or two. I might do actually like a separate tier, because these feel kind of like weird to throw in. So I'll put them like a bump because there's a lot of hardcores that fit into this kind of thing right here. I'll make a blue. No, not that one. That one goes back to yellow. No, that one's that orange. This one can be blue. Yeah, and we're gonna do HC with better AI. And a new move. Or 2. Yeah, so there's a lot of hardcores in this game. I'm going to just kind of mass amalgamate them in their own tier, where it's really just like they don't change too much, but they clean up the AI and the movement spread significantly. And Hypnoc definitely goes in that tier. More sleep attacks, not too spammy. I think Bright and Silver kind of lock in the personality a little bit better. Big issue with some of the sleep monsters has historically been that they don't capitalize, they sleep you, but rarely follow up on sleep. Like with a charge attack or something. Same with Para. Fair enough. I would say that this one doesn't punish too hard, but then again, I had status negate on. Yeah, no, this one's good. This one's good. Good grab bag of sleep moves, really locks in as a sleep monster, not too over-reliant, has some good physical attacks. Hardcore Yon Garuga. This one's pretty damn good. Almost a little overtuned, though. This is, just to tell you what tier he's probably going in. A little overtuned. Very, very, very frontier-y. Hardcore Garuga has shrieking charges, so he'll roar lock you when he charges. He'll roar lock you when he flies up into the air. He has these big cluster bomb fireballs that'll explode, and those do a billion damage. He has a backflip that like shoots poison off in different directions. He's nuts. He's really, really crazy. He's borderline kind of overbaked, honestly. It's the fact that like he can do the shriek. He does like the shriek charge that's gonna stun you, and then he drops the cluster bomb fireball with super high damage on your head. Or it's like he has get off tools where he's just lobbing these big cluster bombs forward and backwards. They compensate this by making him also, like DRX, super easy to just stun lock the crap out of. You can let this guy not take his turn if you really keep up the fight particularly well. It's kind of cool. I think he's a little overtuned here. I'm gonna, so much so that I think he might drop into like mixed bag. Better. Garuga is likely the only hardcore I don't like. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here, but it's so much. Alrighty. Hardcore Yon Kutku. Kutku's fun. Not too much changed. He has one new move where he's like running around and trotting around in a circle. That's pretty fun. He has Rathalos' retreating fireball. They also enhance his fireball in a way where it creates like a little wall of flame trajectory when those go off, which is kind of cool. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more physical. Really cool. The firewalls don't tend to be terribly impactful because they're typically pretty easy to avoid anyway, so then it's just like a straight line away from a projectile you already dodged. The round attack is cool. The Rathalos retreating flame ball is neat. It's another one that's kind of easy to dodge due to the fact that, unlike Rathalos, he doesn't have a roar to stun you with, but Hardcore Kutku is good. He's good. Now, Hardcore Blue, on the other hand, they were having a laugh when they made this one. You need to acknowledge that it is hilarious to watch Yon Kutku do Rathaloses around the world, unless you're thinking of, you might be thinking of Blue. Blue is hilarious, because Blue is cracked. Blue Kutku is out here, he's digging pitfall traps. He's like slamming around and flailing around on the ground. He has this like rapid fire charge attack that's shooting out fire projectiles all over the place, and if you fight them on the swamp, they're like bouncing all over the like the walls of the map, and they're going up into like the backdrop of the map and whatnot. He's running around, he's sprinting around, he's pecking at you, he's digging up holes for you to fall in and then beating you up for that. The worst is that he spawns in the long grass area, and then you can't see his pitfall traps. So you fall into his pitfall traps by accident, and then he bats you over the head with like a tail whip for a charge or something. They just had as much fun as possible with Blueyan Kutku, and it takes like probably one of the least memorable subspecies, and just like, dude, this fight's fucking silly. I really like this. I'm gonna say sick as all hell, for sure. How high? He's cooler than the Zenogres. He's cooler than Gen. We'll put him. It's a little cooler than the Gypsy. I'm gonna put him like right there. Alrighty. Hardcore Daimyo. Hardcore Daimyo. Probably another one that's just like has a lot of really nice enhancements. So with Hardcore Daimyo, they make him a little bit more like aggressively defensive. This guy is the hero of his village. Yeah. So they do a lot with the block stance of Hardcore Daimyo, where if you attack him, he'll either go into like a punch walk multi-hit combo, or he'll go into a lunge attack or whatever. His dig attack has like a propulsion to it, kind of like the Black Diablo's catapult type of thing, where he'll go launching at you with the Monoblow skull. He's got these like sidestepping, like back and forth punches going on. I think I think the butt beam is like G rank or something. But yeah, no, he can change. He can move more easily when he's leaping. He can leap out of his block a lot easier. So just a lot more momentum, a lot more speed, a lot more maneuverability. Yeah, really, really good. Doesn't do anything too drastic, but just some really nice improvements to the base Daimyo formula. Kind of the same with Hardcore Shogun, though even more so. He's even more aggressive. He has one attack where it's like stabbing his claws into the ground over and over and over and over again. He's got a punch walk of his own. He's got forward spraying poison mist. Super aggressive, high damage, beat the snot out of me. It's another good one, for sure. I think we're just gonna put him like one right over Hardcore Daimyo. Yeah, a couple of good improvements, some made AI things. Let's see. Maybe one of the lamest ones, especially in Go Rank at the least. Hardcore Blanganga. First of all, he looks way worse. They took his goose egg and dramatically increased it. God, what does he even... He had like one change. I think he used the Blangos more. I think that's almost it. I think that's it. Like, I think he just used the Blangos more. I like Blanganga, but this really doesn't beat the Regine clone allegations. I don't know, I felt like literally nothing fighting him. What are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Right, Hardcore Bulldrome. This is another one like Kutku, where they're just like, we're gonna make this funny. Hardcore Bulldrome's really fun. He's running around in circles. He's throwing up rocks. He's like, he has dig attacks. He's got like a table flip attack where he's throwing rocks around and whatnot. He has much better, tighter angle turns. With his charging, the design is really funny with the blown up tusks and the mohawk. He's just fun. Nothing too crazy, but he's a lot of fun. I'll put, I think just because like the design is so sick and it's funny watching him like prance around like that, I'm gonna put yeah, just Bulldrome. He's Bulldrome actually doing something. It's Bulldrome with more than 2 attacks. So yeah, he's gonna go onto the exotic, like bottom that out, because he actually, it's not even just better AI. He actually has moves. Conga, Hardcore Conga. Hardcore Conga is kind of cool. A lot of Hardcore Conga kind of turns into For You Emerald Conga, where he's kind of covering his weak points by having his farts go off to kind of protect himself after certain attacks. So after he does the attack where he falls on his back, after his claw swipes, he'll do a fart as like a bit of a get off me. He can chain his belly flops, which is really funny, and I think in the G-Rank version, he lets out farts while he's chaining his belly flops. He has a poop-flinging combo attack where he's just throwing chunks of crap at you over and over and over again. Uses his status breath a little more. I really like the red accents in his fur and on his claws. I think that looks really good on him. Yeah, he's got a couple of new Get Off Me tools, and they were good enough that they took those and they put some of those changes on Emerald Conga Lala in For You. I'm going to put him right here. I think the crab's got a nice, slightly more substantial rework. Alright, Super Saiyan 3 Rajang. Probably the most inspired hardcore design out there. And it works. I would love to see a mainline Super Saiyan 3 Rajang. He's kind of cool. He's got a couple of new moves. He doubles up on his Punch Walk, which you have to learn. His Punch Walk has explosions, which are a little annoying because they kind of mess up with your perception of his spacing and your punishes. But the design is so sick. He's got a Spirit Bomb attack, dude. His beam looks really sick. Wicked fast. I think he has like a slightly different attack with like his spin dash form where it like crashes straight down or something like that. I think there's like one or two moves I don't 100% remember. Very tough as nails fight when I was fighting him because I got locked out and was like down to like the last couple of items. Yeah, dude, the design is peak. I would love to see this come back just for the design. Even like the fight was fun, but for the design alone, dude, that's sick as all hell. Put bump him up right there. Over. That's fine, I think. Hardcore a Cantor is tough as hell. They do more with the lava geysers. They do more with the roars. So he has more like the black wind tunnel roars, and those apply defense down. His damage is crazy. His attacks are really cool. The only thing that sucks is that the original Akantor arena sucks. I saw some people saying they don't like Ingle Isle. Ingle Isle is better than the Gen 2 Akantor arena by a lot. This one's got like the big roar wind tunnel, and he's got like the hind legs giant roar, and he's got one where like he tosses his head back and he wreathes his entire body in like this big black roar wind net type of thing. And like the lava geysers when he's digging around is wicked cool. Yeah, dude, Hardcore Cantor is so fun to fight. Awesome way to change up this monster. Would love to see these changes brought in. Major improvements. Probably my favorite version of a Cantor. I want to even probably like right there, I think. Ingle Isle isn't bad, it's just overused. I can vibe with that. Ingle Isle is great. What the fuck are people saying? I heard a couple people saying they don't like it. Yeah, no, I love it though. And this original Akantor arena kind of blows. Okay, bottom of the list. This isn't Hardcore Rathalos' render, couldn't find it. Hardcore Rathalos is garbage. It's fucking garbage. The only thing he gets is an invertible tailspin. It's just second generation Rathalos with spikes and an inverted tailspin. That's it. This is the flagship of Monster Hunter. You're gonna fucking treat him like this? That's stupid. What are we doing, dude? It doesn't fix any of the problems. Like, we're gonna talk about Azure in a second. Not the best thing in the world, but it fixes like some of the time waster problems. It's one thing. It's the most basic thing of all time. It sucks, and it's Rathalos. It's the flagship of Monster Hunter, and you give him an inverted tailspin. That's it. That's literally it. Stupid. What are we doing, dude? HE that could be used for torture techniques. Yeah, fucking. Then there's Hardcore Azure. Hardcore Azure's nothing phenomenal. But what he does is it's funny because Azure originally will eventually get the like the Air Rathalos moniker. Azure Rathalos kind of cuts down on the flying time a good bit and is grounded a lot more, the hardcore one at the very least. He has a couple of interesting things. His straight shot fireball has like these little cluster effects that chase after it, which is neat. Little like a slightly different aerial dive he can use. He has this really, really fast 5-shot fanning fireball. That's kind of tough. That's a neat attack. Hardcore Azure's fine. I'll put him at the bottom of, just like the improved Azure section. Hardcore Rathian is nothing. She's just going like one step ahead. She has like red accents, which is neat. Conflagration does it better and online. And I think she's like mildly faster than the regular Rathian. Again, I think they changed like one thing. Fucking whatever, dude. Who cares? Hardcore Pink Rathian is okay. They give her Fireball a bigger wind-up with a Cluster Bomb effect on it, which is neat. She has a extended Tail Whip combo, which is kind of whatever. And then she can reposition herself in her like retreating flying attack, which is it's cool. Ups the pace of the fight a little bit, but like not feeling it that much. Go right there. Hardcore Basarios. This one is super fun. Why is Hardcore Rathian Espinaz colored? Stop that. Yeah, I mean, at least do it like Conflagration, which looks way better. Hardcore Basarios is cool. He's really fun. He's got a little twig on his back, and he's got blue eyes. That's his only design change. But he's cool. He's really sick. So, he has like a sweeping fire beam combo that he can use. He doesn't have to charge his fire lasers anymore. Let's see. He has an actual dig attack where he can like pop up out of the ground and fire like a big mortar shot. So he's got like his sweeping laser combos. He has like his big mortar explosion shots. He's got the attack where he rolls around on the ground and like discharges poison. Let's see. There's a little bit of gas spam. It's not too bad. But yeah, no, it's just a nice big grab bag of moves. You can punish the lava beam combo pretty easy. But, yeah, no, he's good. He's really good. I'll put him, he can go above, because it's like an actual, like, interesting increase in the move grab bag. I'll bump him over Bulldrome. Probably like right there. Right over the Zenogres, I think. I do really like the Hardcore Goldian, but I'm guessing she either wasn't in the HC Gauntlet or is later. I didn't include her because, there wasn't a Go version. I was just gonna steamroller, but we'll get to the Monobloses and the Metal Wraths in G rank. Almost done, folks. Hardcore Diablos. Hardcore Diablos is another one where it's just like a couple of good improvements. Digs a lot faster and emerges from digging fast enough that you're almost guaranteed to get struck if he is who you target, and you get caught in the wind pressure of his digging. Kicks up a little bit of rocks like while he's digging and while he pops up, which is a neat little change. It's not that annoying. It's not that impactful. It's fine. Coolest thing about Hardcore Diablos is that he can combo out of his charge into a lot of things. So he can combo out of it into a horn thrust, into a hip check, or into his tail attacks, and then he can do some follow-ups with that. Little less spammy, cleared up AI, just some better movement spread. Yeah, no, it's some AI patch-ups with some mix-ups. So it makes for a really, really good second-generation Diablos. We'll bump them right over Kutku. Now, Hardcore Black Diablos. Now, this is some good work. This is like an actual move kit. So this one has like a big, like, damaging dome roar to her. This one, oh god, what's she doing? She has like a big, like, sweeping tail strike with a lot of momentum to it. She has some variations on her. I was really impressed, but I kind of forget exactly. Let me put my notes on Hardcore Black Diablos. Okay, yeah. So really good aggression. Just like the move speed and the flow of her attacks was great. The roar bubble was awesome because that roar is iconic. Makes sense for Diablos to have that. It's got that momentum tail sweep. She doesn't charge or dig too much. Again, it's a really nice movement blend. So everything's kind of balanced out pretty well. It's just like ups the aggression. She has like some slightly different charging attacks. Yeah, really good. Really good. Not the craziest, but enough changes that it's like substantial and really kind of, I think really justifies Black Diablos quite a bit. So she's gonna go probably like right with Hardcore Rajang, maybe like a step down. Okay, Hardcore Espinas. Hardcore Espinas is ultra super mega aggressive. It's kind of tough to actually get like hit time in him because he's charging and he's charging and he's charging, he's charging, he's charging, he's charging, he's charging, he's charging, blah, 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 blah. He's got like, he's a torpedo, dude. He's got a cool little animation on his turnaround when he's going to his triple charge. He has one where he just goes rocketing and he runs so fast he like knocks himself down. He has one really sick combo where he goes from like a bite into a hip check into a fireball. Honestly though, Hardcore Espinas is so wired that it kind of takes away the really cool thing about Frontier Espinas. He doesn't really do the sleepy thing and then he's like plodding around. It's like ultra caffeinated Espinas. And then he's just so ridiculously super fast and he's very charge spammy. There's a better Hardcore Espinas coming up in a second. Honestly, this one wasn't that fun because it was very charge spammy. The other thing that really sucks about Hardcore Espinas is that his bite attack has a thing where his tail will lash up in a different direction, and that has just a really crazy, just gnarly, annoying hitbox that makes that attack super difficult to punish. He's a really tough monster to get in on, and not necessarily in a fun way. It's not so much about getting it on like really tough big attacks and then punishing those. It's about like, dude, he doesn't stop and his full body is a hitbox for every attack. And I didn't really like it all that much. Honestly, I'm kind of good with like bottom of not feeling it. Now, if you want a good Hardcore Espinas, Hardcore Flaming is way better. The movement spread is way better. He has 3 big charge attacks, so he's got his nuke, he's got his meteors, and he's got his like turbo hip check spin attack. He's more combo oriented and less charge oriented. He's got his racing stripes. This one does the sleepy, like staggering around, kind of plodding around, bumbling type of thing. So this one retains the personality of Espinas way better than the hardcore version of the normal one does. So it's better combos, less spammy, cool fireballs, 3 big ultimate attacks, and maintains Espinas' personality really well. So Hardcore Flaming is substantially better than the original. I'm gonna wait for that. So let me get him up in here. Bump him like right. Bump him like that. Trinity right there. This is another bad one. This one unlearns a lot of the lessons that make some of the hardcores pretty good. Hardcore Gravios is not good, and it's mostly just because he charges at you, and he charges at you, and he does the lunging dive charge, and then he does the normal charge. And the volcano map, dude, has so many lava puddles that he just goes, he charges into the lava puddle, and you can't hit him. And then he charges into the lava puddle, and he can't hit him on the other side. And then he does, like, the big sweeping lava beam. That's a really cool attack. We'll talk about it more with the next entry. The big sweeping lava attack is really cool, but sometimes he'll like rip those off while he's in the lava, so then he can't punish those. And he charge spams over and over and over again. Hardcore Gravios like stinks, and that sucks because I like Gravios. But like, yeah, dude, with like all that charge spam, like, what are we doing, dude? At least he's got the lava beam. I'll put him over that. Now, not like the biggest 180. Hardcore Black Gravios is way better. Fuck off, Zephyrus. I see you, you bitch. I can hear you laughing, too, on the side of your computer, you dick. Hardcore Black Gravios is way better, and he's not even that different. So this one, again, he spreads the moves out a lot better. So he still has the charge and he still has the dive, but he does it way less. So he still has the normal lava beam. He gets the sweeping lava beam. He gets the giant, like, huge arcing one that the hardcore one has. That's a lot of fun to dodge. Really tough to dodge. High damage, so he has 3 different lava beams. He's got the 2 charges. He's got a sick attack where he'll, like, slam his tail into the ground, and that coughs up sleep gas and then an explosion. So that's really cool. And then again, like I've been saying, it's just really good move balancing. Oh, and he has that dope as hell attack where he flies up into the air and just fires the laser beam down and like swoops. It's like Gog Mazios type of shit, where he's just like firing this big lava beam around him in a circle. Hardcore Black Gravios is like actually legitimately really fun. And he's only got like 3 moves that the regular Gravios has, but it's all about the programming. Also gets funnier in G rank. Sick. I've always liked Black Gravios quite a bit. Gonna bump him right there. All right. Hardcore Kezu. This is gonna be in the other category of just like good changes. The pacing is better, still a little slow. I really like this attack that the hardcore Kezus get, where they like fly up at a low altitude for a little bit and fire off an electrical shock. Less shock spam, but it's still there. Still crawls around in the caves a lot. He's fine. He's good. He's better. He's less annoying. It's still second gen Kezu. Kezu, I don't think gets good until Rise, and this doesn't really fix it. Maybe Zenith Kezu changes my mind on that. We'll see about that. But this is another one. Is like, you know, it's just it's Kezu with better pacing. And he's got like a really big roar. That's cool. Red Kezu, as always, is the superior Kezu. He has always been the superior. And this is no different, because hardcore Red Kezu, once again, cuts out a lot of the bullshit. Way less electro spammy with the body shocks. Way less spammy with the caves. He's got a lot more attacks with the stretchy neck. He's got like a borderline punch walk attack where he's just sweeping the head back and forth and just chomping at stuff. His electro shocks are bigger. His moveset allocation is better again. Way less downtime, way more aggression. Looks better than the normal one. Hardcore Red Kezu and For You Red Kezu has really solidified that he is the superior of the species, like far and away. There's just so much less bullshit with Red Kezu, and I think the design is better too. I'll put him like right under Basarios. Last Flying Wyvern, Hardcore Tigrex. Hardcore Tigrex is pretty good. Could do more. They let him combo into his roar a little bit more easily, and they let his roar be much bigger. It's one of the bigger roar attacks in the game, which is good. It's deserved for Tigrex. That's been like nerfed in 5th generation. Some cool new physical attacks. He has like a bite combo where he goes flipping off and jumps into a different direction and repositions behind you. Combos a little bit better. Yeah, Hardcore Tigrex is fine. I'm looking forward to fighting the Zenith one. This one is perfectly okay. We'll put him with these guys. A little lower than Diablos, a little lower than Katku. Right there. Okay. Redemption arc of the century. Hardcore Cephadrome is a straight-up good monster. Z-Tigrex's peak, good to hear it. Speaking of, like, borderline peak, Hardcore Cephadrome, like, caught me by surprise. Lo and behold, there was a good monster buried under arguably the worst monster in all of Monster Hunter. Hardcore Cephadrome is one of the coolest pack leaders, because he has an attack where he'll, like, back up and he'll, like, summon the other Cephalos, and they'll do, like, these, like, combined, like, sand beam attacks. He spends almost 0 time under the sand, and when he does, it's either the flying, like, attack or, like, this huge breach. He's got a really strong roar, which is kind of cool. He's got a powerful sand beam attack. He just has way more uptime, way more moves. So much better. The design is way better. It's more colorful. It has, like, better shape on the head. The extra fin on the head works really good. Color's better. The pack tactics are better. The uptime is better. The move pool is better. The design is better. Totally, completely, and utterly redeemed what is one of the worst monsters they have ever designed. I still don't like it, not gonna lie. It's too bad. But I can see why people might like it. Yeah, I'll disagree. I fought him 2 days ago, and I had a legitimately good time. Just, like, the problems are just gone. The Vapid move pool is gone. The Cephalos are, like, actually a part of the fight. The move pool isn't just a stripped down, nothing gutted Plesioth. It doesn't spend an hour in the, under the sand. Like, he's, like, actually good. And the design is way better. Way better. So... for the actual changes, I feel like he should be, but he's not this good, right? But the changes are so, yeah, like I said at the top, like, with these versions, like, the changes really matter. Like, he's not better than Vol'jang, he's not better than Tio, he's not better than Dora or Beru, but for Cephadrome, it's put those moves on the roster. Absolutely. Yeah, we're almost done. Don't worry about it. This has been about 5 hours. I knew it was going to be this long. But it's so weird to have him, like, up over these. But the moves for Cephadrome are so good. In terms of, like, actual quality. He's, like, right over the gyps. I think the gyps are maybe, like, a little more fun. Put him right there. Alright, hold on tight, guys. We're almost done. Hardcore Lavasioth in Go rank is kind of annoying. They don't really change him too much, and his fire explosions all have little buckshot bits on them. He gets one really cool new move where when he does his body slam, he can go under the ground and does, like, a fire thing. It pops up out of the ground there. About the same, like, this generation skill this video? Yeah, probably. Yeah. He's okay. He's kind of annoying. And then Red Lavasioth is just so much better. But they honestly kind of change him. With, like, the fire shots, it's, like, a little worse. The fire dive thing is cool. I'm gonna put him at, like, kind of lacking. Maybe even, like, mixed bag. Nah, he can, now the fire dive's cool, though. Let me put him, like, bottom of that. Needs more shit. Alright. Hardcore Plesioth is just an AI cleanup. He barely ever goes in the water. Looks a little bit cooler with some more saturated colors. Has a water sweeping beam. He's got like a little water pulse attack too, which is, it's something, I guess. So that's neat, I suppose. More uptime, more fighting, better combo ability. He's going in just the kind of like the improved hardcore tier. He's going like up in there. Over Kezu, over Azure. Right there. Hardcore green is almost like a step back. First of all, I think they ruined the design. The green's not as good. They took away the purple. They gave it an ugly yellow. The eyes don't look as good. The bigger fins are fine. So the colors don't look nearly as good as the normal green Plessy. I don't know if he gets like really good in G rank. I thought like he's okay in. So he doesn't have hardcore Plessy's sweeping beam, at least not as much. He has kind of like a retreating move where he'll back off and then he'll do the sweep. He fights in the water a lot more. He looks sick in a bad way. Yeah, no, like this is like kind of nauseous. I think this is like where the regular hardcore Plessioth, like just you're in the fight a lot more. This one, I mean, it does like the Plessioth stuff in the water. That doesn't get good until 3rd generation though. But you know, for whatever it's worth, you know, bring sonic bombs, bring frogs, blah 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 blah. He gets very good in G. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't really like the Go version all that much. We'll put him. Give it a second. Okay. Hardcore Elders, and then we're done. Hardcore Chameleos. This one's an interesting one. So this one uses the stamina drain a lot more than the 2nd generation almost ever did. Unlike Crystal, it doesn't decrease your stamina capacity. It just bottoms out your stamina to 0. Dangerous, but way less debilitating. And he has a number of attacks that can use it. It's pretty good use of invisibility. It has way less of the light refracting ailments on it. He's got some cool attacks like a massive stamina drain beam, some poison launching beneath him, some faster, more rapid tongue attacks. He still has his tail slam. His pacing is better than the regular Chameleos. Yeah, no, it's mostly like he just uses like the stamina drain a lot more, which I find interesting and just kind of like underutilized. So he's pretty good. I'll put him like right over Hardcore Hypnoc. Hardcore Kieran. This isn't his render. This is just a fucking render I found. Hardcore Kieran is face level very difficult, but honestly more learnable than I thought. So the trick to Hardcore Kieran is he kind of fakes you out. He has a lot of these little electrical spots on the ground when he does his lightning attacks. You're like, okay, those are where his lightning goes. When he walks around, he leaves that residual lightning in his wake sometimes, and you think, oh, he's going to strike right there. I can't go in. But it's really just like the lingering effects of his lightning. So he grants this appearance of having less openings than he actually has. So it's actually a little easier to get in on him than I thought. The first time you fight him, it's very intimidating because you think he's just coated with lightning. The other thing with him is he spams his like his forward lightning wave a lot, which is a very punishable move if you're not all that much in front of him. The scariest thing that he does is this move where he will leap up into the air and he will fire off these homing lightning bolts that will target everyone on the map. They'll all launch and they'll all discharge twice. That attack is terrifying. With Earth, Heaven, Storm style, it's pretty tough to deal with. You have to be very, very quick on your feet. This is another one. I ran it with Extreme style yesterday. With Extreme style, it is much more manageable. The other cool thing about this fight is that he has a warp, so he'll designate which direction he is going to teleport in with a lightning beam that is on the ground. He'll warp between that. Later on in the fight, he will be able to chain those, which is really cool. A lot of damage, for sure, though I don't hold that too much against it. That's, like, frontier stat scaling. This was a fight that, like, I was terrified to go in the first time I fought it. I fought him yesterday with extreme style, learned which ones of his moves were fake outs, learned his tells a lot better, learned that he spams his forward Thunder Wave a lot more than you kind of think he would, and it grants you a lot more opportunities to go in. You're trying out the extreme style? I am, yeah. I'm learning extreme SNS. Well, basically, because I was doing prep for this and had to do a lot of fighting, what wound up happening is I ran extreme style just so that I could get faster clear time, so that I could fight more monsters and do more research. So, I think Hardcore Kieran's pretty darn good. I think of, like, all the ones that get, like, a nice big bump. Honestly, no, I think he breaks out of this tier. Over these guys, over this guy, over Basarios, under Go-Go. 4 left, and I honestly kind of like 3 left. Okay. Hardcore Kushala D'Ora is a pretty good Kushala. The weirdest thing about Hardcore Kushala is that they kind of try to turn him into an ice monster, because his Roar has these ice spark-up effects, and like his Wind Tunnel Flying has ice effects. Kushala D'Ora is not an ice monster. He gets ice because he goes to snow maps a lot and kicks up ice with his wind. This one's doing ice attacks in the desert. That's not how Kushala works. I don't like that. He's got a big, like, kick up wind tornado attack. His ice kind of like glide attack is pretty cool, if not simple. He's got an attack that I really like where he'll fire off a projectile shot and then do kind of like a big, like, spin leap around you and try to get behind you and reposition you and try to follow that up with a cool attack. I like that maneuver a lot. He's got kind of like a Zenoguri type of thing where he'll walk in a straight line and tornadoes will surround him. He can kick up tornadoes with his claw strikes. Yeah, he's good. It's a pretty good enhancement on the Kushala D'Ora moveset. Honestly, I think Risen Kushala took a lot of this and improved it, and it kind of bugs me that they gave him a lot of ice powers. But the fight is decent. I'm gonna put him, I think, like, right a smidge over Chameleos. Now this one, dude, I tried. Kushala isn't nice. Maybe I misspoke. Whatever. He's fine. Oh, Kushala. Yeah, no, he's not an ice monster. Oh, he's not a nice monster. Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying. I have no idea what Rustic Kushala D'Ora does that the normal hardcore Kushala does. I watched a G rank fight of him, and I'm like, that's a cool move, but the Kushala, the rusted or the regular one has it, and that's a cool move, but the regular one has it. It's also a cool move, but the regular one has it. And that's also a cool move, but the regular one has it. I have no idea what hardcore rusted does that hardcore normal Kushala doesn't. Once again, like, a monster is like, they have no idea what to do. Fantastic ecology, they have no idea what to do with them. What I will say is hardcore rusted looks sick. With the frayed wings and the jagged tail, make this the default design for rusted. Like, this looks amazing. You see that with, like, the razor-tipped wings and everything? Finally, someone mentioned that Kushala isn't an ice monster. He is wind. Dude, I'm telling. Yeah, no. The hardcore one, like, the moves are cool, but they're trying to turn him into an ice monster. He's not an ice monster. He's a wind monster. Silly. Silliness. I have no idea what this monster does different, but he looks amazing. I'll put him in, like, not feeling it. Just because I think, like, that this needs to be the design should be the default for Rustic Kushala, I think. I'll put him, like, there. Alright, Fire Lions, and then we're done. Ice is full of tiny rust chips. Neat. Okay, Fire Lions, and then we're done. Hardcore Teostra is really just prototype Supremacy Teostra, so he's good. He He has way less dust spam. What he does instead is that a lot of his moves leave this purple dust behind. Those will detonate off of some of his attacks, namely his flamethrower. So one of his big punishes with his flamethrower, you have to kind of cover yourself because he can detonate those sparks that are around him. He has a triple leap that I don't really love because you either kind of get sniped by it or he just clears a lot of distance with it. He has a neat ability that he expands on his flying flamethrower a whole heck of a lot by he can just control it a lot better, angle it a lot better, and then he has a punish off of that. If you're trying to like lie in wait under him, he'll do like an explosion crop dust with his tail to punish people who are trying to get greedy off of punishing his flamethrower, his flying flamethrower. Charge spam's a lot less, really much better balancing, way better fights. The passive dust loss is something that 5th generation Teostra will eventually pick up. The hops are still not like the greatest thing, whatever. He's very much a prototype for Supremacy, and Supremacy's good. One of the most violent Teostra explosions comes through Hardcore and G-Rank. Cool. But, yeah, no, Hardcore Teo's good. Probably gonna go... like... done. You can have a hard attack when we're done. But yeah, no. Hardcore Teo's good. Gonna bump him. The passive dust is cool. Makes him way less spammy. As much of a movement uptake as she probably deserves. She has a cool rage mode where she gets like a triple charge that's really, really fast and really, really tense and tough to deal with. Cool to evade. I'm sorry, Connor, for my bad joke. He goes into Teostra tank. Damn, I must be tired. I don't even get your joke. Sorry. It's okay. Yeah, okay, so... she has a cool attack where she, like, leaps up into the air and, like, clashes her teeth and, like, those blow up. Those are cool. Kind of easy to not get hit by, though. The triple charge is neat. The movement balancing is okay. Yeah. Don't give Lunastra too much new stuff. You know what happens. I mean, I like Iceborne Lunastra. I've talked about Iceborne Lunastra a lot. Just needs a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of a tweak down, and Iceborne Lunastra's good. Iceborne Lunastra is better than Go Hardcore Lunastra, that's for sure. This one just changes. It's like 2 new attacks, and she still has insta charges, and she still has insta leaps. Yeah. She's okay. Probably goes like, put it like right over Azure. Okay, alrighty. Let me pull up you in OBS. How bad does it look? So do zoom and zoom. Pull that out. Show me the screen OBS. I still have clipping on like the bottom two. We'll do maybe like a little bit of readjustment right here. Do that. A little more. It's gonna get the ads in the way, but whatever. Smidge more. Alrighty. I'm probably gonna screenshot the monsters before like all the hardcores and exotics and everything gets in here, but this is what I'm thinking. This is the Monster Hunter Frontier CR-VODcanic pre-G tier list. Guan is one of the best things ever made. There is a fucking stupid ass internet. Yeah, so Guan's one of the best ever made. This one is loaded with phenomenal concepts. Kwaru, Unknown, Zeroryusu, Varu, Foro, Inagami, Odie, Tycoon, Bala, Torrid, some of these exotics, Haru, Abio, Dio, Supremacy Dora, Ray and Lolo. Excellent execution on phenomenal concepts, on great design, maybe some minor design facelifts with newer technology. That's about it. Maybe a little bit of scaling back in a couple of mechanics just because of the nature of Frontier. That's about it. Great monsters. Some phenomenal exotics. And then some monsters that are incredibly solid, like Vol'jang, like Teostra, like Dora, like Beru, like Pobo. The first 3 phases of Shantan are good. Ruko's amazing. Vashimu's really good. Silver and Pearl are really great rare species. And then Gogo's an amazing monster. And then loaded with so many good hardcores. The hardcore Gypsrosses are amazing. Hardcore Cepha's really good. Hardcore Rejang's fun. Hardcore Flaming's fun. Black Gravios, Black Diablos, Gendrome, Basarios, Kieran, Red Kezu, Teostra, Boldrome, the exotic Zenogres. Could maybe do with like a little bit more spice, but are great fights on their own. There is a bundle of hardcores in there that just take okay fights, bad fights, and just iron out the AI, add a new attack here or there. Basically take the 2nd generation form of the monsters and then lock them in and solid them in. It's really kind of the best the 2nd generation version could be. They do great work with Shogun, Daimyo, Konga, Kushala, Chameleos, Hypnoc, the base Diablos, the regular Kutku. A little bit of work with Tigrex, Plesio's better, Lunastra's a little more interesting, Azurathos is a little more interesting, Kezu's less boring. And then you have like some good concepts that have some stuff that is a little annoying, maybe like a tiny bit overtuned, some stuff that maybe needed a little bit more elaboration, but were no means bad. Red Lavasiot's a great subspecies. The Doublefish are kind of wacky, but they're cool. Velocidrome's a lot of fun. Gasura and Gorea have some stuff that is minorly annoying, but have some solid fight design. Duragawa has some cool stuff, needs a little bit more explanation. Bright Hypnoc and Akura Jebbia are monsters that are some decent evaluations on some great monsters. I still stand by, I think Garubadora has a solid moveset, one bad move, bad textures, and a bad map. I get why people hate him, I don't. I think he's honestly pretty fun for the majority of his fights. Jakamatsu's fine. There's a couple of other hardcores that are okay. There's a couple of monsters that I think are really just held back by like a couple of things. Yama needs a 3-dimensional map. Laviente needs a couple more attacks and a slightly shorter quest period. I think in like the dynamic time zones that we have now, that'd be great. Have it last really long. The twin wolves are cool, but they feel like a bit of a template that could be expanded on. And then you have a couple of monsters like Supremacy Paria and Hardcore Garuga, which are a lot. Uragan has some improvements. Miraganasu, I think, is very unfulfilled potential. Devil Joe's just Devil Joe. A couple of other hardcores in here that are kind of just whatever. Violent really does anything too different. I think, like, man, I might have been... No, but Paria is just not fun to fight, but I like his concept. I think he is probably the weakest Frontier original on a fight design-wise. Yeah, no, I think he is... Yeah, Paria, I think, is the weakest. Not the weakest concept, not the weakest design, it is the weakest fight. And then there's only 5 monsters where they fumbled the bag, and it's none of the originals. Supremacy Odie has 1 change. Supremacy Gravios charge spams. Supremacy Blanco gets like nothing. And then the and then the hardcore rats do nothing, and then the rats, and that's like unacceptable. So that's dumb. And that's literally it. There's 5 monsters in here that I think are god awful, and then another 7 that I think are like pretty meh, and then only another 6 that I think are like pretty heavily flawed but like enjoyable. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, So out of 94 entries, there are only 19 that I think are heavily flawed to bad. That is the design quality of Frontier. Granted, so long as you're kind of playing with Frontier's rules, right? Evade window and high damage and playing in multiplayer are very much expected with this game. And some stuff in terms of mainline we need to be tweaked and poked around and bungled around and shuffled and blah, 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 blah. You know how it goes. And some designs need a little bit of work in the proportion department, and in the color department, and in the texture department, and in the blending department. And some stuff is just like excellent concepts that would totally work in mainline if they were just done in such a way that doesn't necessarily require Evade Window to function. Evade Window is still great. You should totally run it, but yeah, just don't you. I don't think mainline monsters need to be designed around, or they just straight up should not be designed specifically with Evade Window in mind. A lot of Frontier monsters are. It's very fun in that capacity. You take a lot of these monster concepts, you recreate them in a way that doesn't necessitate the use of iframes to really maximize the fight. I think the vast majority of Frontier's roster, especially what we've seen so far, absolutely is able to be brought in and brought over and turned around. So, thank you very much for joining me for this. I know we had some technical issues, a little bit of fall off. It's all right. But thank you for joining me on this, for going over this list with me. I hope you enjoyed me talking for 5 hours straight. The voice is starting to hurt a little bit, but I think I did pretty good. I think I did okay. But yeah, no, don't forget to like the stream, all that goodness. So, a couple of big things, and they will be formally announced later. I have 2 collaborations coming up. One's going to be a podcast. I'll talk about that when it is fully released. The other is going to be a collaboration stream on Monday. That we'll be doing with someone who was here a little bit ago. One of the guys who dropped the super chats. Additionally, we are going to be wrapping up the Frontier stream special with the introduction to G-Rank 1 week from today. With the beginning of G-Rank, it's going to be week 4, the end of August. So it is going to wrap up the Frontier stream special this time next week. For this week and probably next week, Bone Boys are both very likely going to be on Fridays. I am busy the next 2 Saturdays. We're probably going to be streaming on Fridays for the next couple of Bone Boys. So, I hope you enjoyed. There should also probably be a Bone Boys roundtable recorded probably early Saturday before I go on a podcast. So all the details of all that stuff will be officiated when the time arises. But as for right now, you've been a terrific audience. Thanks for tuning in. This has been the tier list. This has been CR-VODcanic or Connor. I'll see you around. Bye, guys.